host, Troy Allen. Good evening, Troy. How are you?
Yeah, good evening, Steve. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight, mate.
Yeah, as always, mate. So we're off to Queensland which is the final round of the normal season before we hit our Enduro Cup, which obviously counts towards the overall championship. Um, some interesting battles to be settled here once and for all when some of the drivers join up together in the same car, which will end certain people's championship hopes. So, what are we looking for tonight, Troy?
Basically, you probably want to watch your top three drivers because the fourth one being Dave Kimman is in attendance tonight. Watch them for consolidating round, like the likes of Kai Turner, Gavin Cox, and Dan Stevens. Mainly Dan Stevens and Kai Turner are going to be looking to grab a whole heap of points to try and close the gap between Cox and Kinnaman.
Yeah, so for any viewers who are new to our series, our premium members can nominate a round where they won't be in attendance and they get their average point score for the previous rounds. I don't have it to hand at the moment what Kinnaman's average point score is, but we'll work it out shortly. So he's still in the mix, but basically what Gavin and Dan both have to do is to beat his average point score for this round to move himself into the championship. Is that right, Troy?
Most definitely, and I think you'll find that he'll probably be around sort of the top three, top four positioning. So I think if these two sort of finish top three and above, even these three fill out top three spots, then I think the gap to Kinman will close significantly.
Yeah, we've got quite a gap actually as well when we think about it. Dave is on 1,605 points with Gavin Cox on 1,482 points and Dan Stevens in third on 1,116. So with 150 points per win, it's all to play for here, isn't it?
Oh, it is, and then don't count out Kai Turner. He's still within striking distance, especially with the Enduro Cup coming up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. What I'm thinking about is what we're going to get settled here today, because obviously Kinnaman and Cox are going to be driving in the same car in the Enduro Cup, so whatever happens here in the championship battle between those two is settled once and for all, isn't it?
Well, that's it. Yeah, those two, it's over for them. After this race, if Gavin passes Dave, then Dave's championship is officially over. Um, Not over for Gavin because he's still got two other guys that could really shake his cage. But if Dave walks away still in front of the points, then he's got everything to race for in the Enduro Cup.
Absolutely. So Queensland, or the paperclip as it's known, we've just got the track map up there for everybody. It's a bit of a unique circuit to say the least. It's not they could have done something a lot better with this track, but instead they've turned it into a basic paperclip type thing. So, where are the key points on this track, Troy?
Basically, probably into turn three is a good overtaking spot. Late braking, dive bomb sort of effect there into turn three. The problem with this track is you're loading up that left front a hell of a lot, especially through one and two. They're very long corners, so tyre wear is going to be a factor. And as for passing, it's probably turn three, turn four, and probably turn five. Sorry, not five, six.
Yeah, we have seen some awesome moves over at turn 6. That usually tends to be the car in front a little bit power limited and somebody with a better set of tires on it shows it down the inside, muscles them out of the way. But whatever happens, there's going to be some rubbing here at the very least, Troy.
Oh, definitely. And look, we've got the usual two contenders up front, Brett Clark and Kai Turner battling out, and again within 2/10 of each other.
Yes, totally. So we just looking at the timing. We've got Brett Clark on 105.574 and 0.103 back is Kai Turner. So phenomenal outright pace from Brett as usual. They're really starting to take this championship by the scruff of the neck at the moment, aren't they? Although Brett's a little bit further back.
Yeah, they are. But I tell you what, it's definitely creating a rivalry between these two because you see these two right up the front each and every time at qualifying and practice.
Yeah, we did have obviously the incident at the final corner of race 1 at Townsville where
Yeah, I think so, mate.
Kai was Well, the chance was on because they were out wide and Brett took the win in the end. But overall, between the two of them, it's a strong, hard, and clean racing, to be honest.
Oh yeah, they are. There's nothing dirty about the way these two are racing. It's just the fact that these two are constantly battling out the lead there, and it's great. It's great racing. It's great to watch.
Oh, not too good if I push it.
No worries. Troy, can you just do me a favour? Can you get Kai to take me off your team whisper from the last race?
Yeah, mate, no drama.
Obviously, he's breathing through there. Apologies, viewers. Okay, so we'll just bring up the format for this.
Righto.
Yeah.
So we've got 20-minute practice, which we are now, followed by 25 minutes qualifying, and followed by Troy's personal favourite, top 10 shootout. So the 25-minute qualifying sets position 11 downwards, and then we go into top 10, where the top 10 pass through, and they get 1 lap each to upload them. So one car on track on a hot lap at a time. And put more pressure back on the driver to try and repeat the form of the qualifying session. So we have seen a few things turned upside down, to say the least. Troy in the top 10 shootouts over the last one.
And that's one of the things I love about top 10. Nothing is set until that top 10 is run.
Exactly. So race 1 is 25 laps, any tyre, no CPS, so that's a compulsory pit stop, so you do not have to pit in race 1 if you don't want to. Race 2 is a gargantuan 70 laps with the reverse grid. Results from race 1 will set the grid for race 2, and in race 2 we have a compulsory pit stop between lap 5 and lap 69, and both tyre compounds must be used in race 2. So race 1 you've got a free choice, race 2 you must use both, and a bit of strategy in there. And one thing, Troy, we're going to be talking about all day is tyres. Tyres are going to be a nightmare on this track, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. Now, one thing to mention is that all 4 tyres must be the same, and there is a minimum of 20 laps on the soft tyre, Steve.
Yes, that definitely is going to challenge everybody. This possibly could be the first race where we see a 3-stop strategy in race 2. What's your thoughts on that, especially following what's just happened in the V8 Supercars, as anybody was watching at Barbagallo, where Craig Lowndes pulled one completely out of the bag and blindsided everybody with that.
And I recorded it and haven't seen it, so obviously Lowndes won. Thanks, Steve.
Not a problem, mate.
3-stopper, yeah. Look, I think it's every chance here, because these tyres are getting absolutely murdered on that front left, and it's mainly because of turn 1 and 2, where you've really spent a lot of time loading up that front left tyre.
Yes, and it's the constant radius through 1 and 2 in particular that starts to just eat away at that as well. So we are expecting tyre issues for most of the field. It'd be interesting to see how some of the drivers deal with it. Do you go all out from word go, or do you calm it down a little bit and drive to a number to make sure that you've got something left at the end?
I think you're going to have to make sure you've got some tyre to fight with at the back end of the race, especially in that 70 lapper. It's going to be on. I mean, we saw at Townsville the battle between Clark and Turner. It was all on until even on the last lap, last turn. So it shows that you need to have something to fight off any late challenges, because they're always coming.
Absolutely. So we've got 18 drivers on track at the moment. Probably expecting a couple more. So there's going to be a lot of action around here as well, isn't there? Cars are going to be bunched up together. Midfield is going to be tricky, to say the least, if you have to get through it, especially in race 2. If you do well in race 1, you're going to have to come through that midfield, and they're going to be fighting for sheep stations out there.
Oh, definitely. There's not a lot of places for overtaking here. It's very limited, and they're running probably a taller diff ratio than I would have thought they should have here, and they're running the 3.5s, not the 3.7s. So you're not really seeing the car hitting the limiter in 6th gear down that long straight either.
Well, I suppose that does give them the opportunity, though, to get a good slipstream and get that extra few Ks down into turn 3 and into turn 6 as well. So it's nice that they've got that ability to, pull a few extra Ks rather than Simmons Plains, where they were on the limiter almost all the time, about 3/4 of the way down the straight. So hopefully that'll pay off for us and we'll see some good overtakes.
Well, hopefully we can.
Okay, so let's take a look at our championship contenders. So in first position in the title race and pulling a good little gap at the moment is Dave Kinnaman, who is not with us tonight. He's off in his other job as part-time DJ, well, full-time DJ I suppose, but he's spinning some decks. Dave not being here takes the focus really off the outright lead. It's more consolidation for the other two drivers, and especially with Gavin, who really needs to try and climb over his teammate. But looking at the points gap, that's probably going to be a little bit of an ask, Troy.
Yeah, it is, and it needs to look towards the back end of the season. Gavin's been struggling. He seems to have been over what we call here pulling a Bradbury, whereas everyone's been falling sort of off in front of him, and he's been there to clean up the scraps. Not taking anything away from Gavin, he's been good enough to put the car in the right position at the right time, but outright speed just hasn't seemed to be there. Tyre life, yes, but speed, no.
Yeah, we hinted at this a little bit at the start of the season, in the pre-season. Gavin, obviously for new viewers, has always been right out front. He's been snapping on the heels of Rob Herbert, Brett Clark, in front of them as often as not. But this season, something seems to be just slightly missing, which is a bit bizarre because Gavin is one of the guys responsible for the physics on these cars as well. So something's not just quite right. He doesn't have the outright pace that he did in previous seasons. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do with this, but they've got to be the red hot favourites alongside the Red Bull car for the Enduros at the very least.
Oh, definitely, and I think now the fact of the matter is that they've got a second car attending for the Enduros. They pretty much wrapped up the team's championship there at 555 Racing.
Yeah, pretty much, and good for them as well. That was the end at the start of the season, so well done to 555. They should actually get enough points today, I believe, to do it from the looks of things. So Mr. Stevens he's in 10th position in qualifying at the moment. He's 2.46 seconds off pole position. He's really suffering without a teammate, isn't
he? Yeah, he is. He's I don't know whether it's the fact that he can't bounce ideas off anyone, or it's just that chatter in the ear that he misses. There's definitely something lacking in his speed since the departure of Herbert.
There's got to be a bit of a culture shock for Dan as well. He's come from SRT with 4 cars and 4 drivers sharing ideas, bouncing ideas off between the 2 series to on his own within a round. That's definitely going to have taken an effect at some point, isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely going to take a toll, because when you're used to having the influence and the help from and so much data to work with, to go into such a limited amount of data, it really, really takes its toll.
Absolutely, but it'd be good to see Rob back for the Enduros. Qualifying for that starts tomorrow morning. It'd be good to see where the form shakes out around Sandown. So Gavin 5th, Dan up to 7th now, 1.5 seconds off the lead. So they're thereabouts, but we've got some new blood up there as well. We've got Bert Van Jay in 3rd, 0.5 seconds off pole. Scott Taylor, who won the first race, if you remember, at Hidden Valley, is backing up his pace through Townsville and here as well. He's 0.9 seconds back in 4th. Gavin 5th. Then we've got Wayne Dare from Outlaws Racing in 6th position, 1.2 seconds. He'll be one of our co-drivers in the Enduro Cup as well. And then the ever young Norman Clark in 8th position, 1.6 seconds. That's a good showing from Oranga there.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see one of the Clark boys up there in the top 10. And yeah, you mentioned there Wayne Dare driving in co-driving duties for the Enduro Cup. That's driving with Kai Turner in the DSA Commodore 408.
Excellent. That looks like a good match there as well. 2 guys running right up front as well. 9th position, Dan Ricard Pavel from Vegemite Racing, 1.686 seconds back in 9th. 10th position, Colin Bruns, the first of the ASR cars. And then followed up by the second of the SR cars in 11th position, Wayne Pengelly. Oh, and it's good to see the Vegemite cars looking back to normal after the yellow cheese block. They're looking good today, so that's nice to see.
The 3-year-old paint job's gone. I'm going to miss that paint job, Steve.
No, I don't think I'll miss it. I did like the earlier season Vegemite cars. It's great to see them back again. Maybe we have something to talk about now with them. This, well, I think it was Scott won the second race at Townsville, wasn't it?
Yeah, it definitely was. Now, looking at these times, Steve, they're absolutely dropping through the floor here. Brett Clark's gone out with a 5.3. That's unbelievable.
That's just stupid. Fair play. A 4:05.3. And I'll let you in on a little secret here, Troy. This is one of Brett's outright favourite tracks, so expect to see good things from him here.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got their favourite tracks, but let's just have a bit of a preview here for the Enduro. Now, obviously, we've got two drivers, one car setup. Now, you're obviously driving with your team owner, Bruce Duncan. How have you guys gone about your car setup? Are you finding something that you're both happy with? Is
No.
it more favouring one or the other?
No, we have completely two different requirements from the car. I like a lot of oversteer. Bruce does not like much oversteer. So we're in a place where we're trying to converge on setup at the moment. If I don't get enough oversteer, I'm going to lose significant time, and if Bruce doesn't get some oversteer taken out, he's going to lose significant time. So we're trying to get towards the middle, if you like. And to say it's a challenge is it's definitely a huge challenge at the moment. What about yourselves?
Well, here's an idea. Why don't we just toss a coin and we'll go with that?
Well, we're trying to work out who's the fastest outright, and that's the one we have to go with. Hint, hint, Bruce.
Right, yeah. As we speak, Steve, my turner just lit up the timing boards with the fastest first sector, a 22.9.
That's ridiculous.
And a 21.3, but that's been eclipsed by Brett with a 21.5. So these two are really going at it. And Turner's just come in with a 105.5, so he's obviously losing a little bit there.
Yeah, he's back to about 0.1 seconds back again, which is where they were previously. So it seems like you throw one down and I'll throw one back at you. So it's great to see this kind of seesaw. And Scott Taylor's coming with them as well. He was over a second back after that 105.3 from Brett Clark. He's got it back to within 0.9 seconds back. Gavin Cox is doing the normal and slowly working his way right up to the very front again. So we haven't heard the last of Gavin, and Dan Stevens is also following as well. He's now 1.5 seconds back in 6th. So the boys are up in the pace as the rubbers are saying.
Definitely have. And it appears Bert Van Jay has disappeared off my timing screen. Is he still on server?
No, I think he's maybe popped out to make a little bit of a change probably. So we're up to 19 drivers on track. We will have 20 shortly, I would imagine. It's
Probably
definitely
21,
going to
Steve,
be.
because Bainsworth is missing too. He was in here earlier.
Oh, well, we're going to want to tell you what, Troy. It just goes to show that we've got a good product here. We're going to hit our highest numbers in the final race of the normal season, so it's good to see.
Steve, look, the product that we've got to work with, thanks to FBR, is absolutely phenomenal, and it's a big credit to yourself, Bruce Duncan, for the time and effort you guys put into running this series. And I mean, it's a thankless task, and I think for all the viewers, we can all say thank you very much for your time and efforts.
Not a problem, our pleasure, and obviously Dan as well. I don't know if you mentioned him there.
Dan, yeah, he's the thankless superstar. He's the one that sort of puts all the formats together. And at the end of the day, this broadcast for all the viewers out there wouldn't be happening without you, Steve.
Oh, thanks for that, Troy, and yourself, obviously, as well. Giving you time up. It's a bit hard to park the car and grab the microphone instead, but, you know, it's we'll be rewarded over the next 3 events.
Oh, look, yeah, I get great pleasure out of picking up the mic and having a chat with you over this, but we also get to rub panels of the morning in the European leagues.
Do we ever? There's plenty of rubbing last night, so we had that one that one corner which seemed to attract the cars.
Let's talk about last night, Steve. I mean, you were home and host, second place, and what happened? Oh, that's right, I took it.
I believe that's what's known as a mechanical failure on the last corner. So, angry was not the word, but obviously
I told you about Bruce.
I know. Obviously, you get. Yeah, I swear I was driving one of your cars instead of one of ours. So something clearly.
Hey,
not right.
Just because I lifted the shell off my car and put it onto yours doesn't mean nothing.
Well, it goes to show Bruce is selling you some dodgy parts. But yeah, I don't think I've ever been as angry over the last two events as I was last night. So we had the Clio race, if you remember, Troy. Uh,
Oh yes.
Fastest lap in practice, pole position, start off the lead and get wiped out in that one. Then we go to the second race and I get wiped out one corner in, and then we go to the third race and you guessed it, wiped out half a lap in. So that one, and then obviously Donington, first race and a disconnect on the final corner, well about to finish second. Oh, I mean, what can you say, Troy? I think I must have a black cat run across my path while I was walking under a ladder, from the sounds of it.
You could say that, but onto the Clios. What are you actually known as in the Clio Carnage Cup, Steve?
You can show.
No, I think we've referred to you as the bowling ball.
Wrecking ball, I believe.
Wrecking ball, bowling ball. You're knocking everyone over like 10 pins.
Ah, that was just one
To the
incident.
to the point where we were actually going to dress the cars as pins just for you.
The Clios are fun, and if anybody's watching, yeah, feel free to join in with some Sunday morning or Sunday evening fun for anyone. It's an open server. Go nuts, although we're looking at that again after last week where I got wiped out by some new one-off drivers. So yeah, that's about. But I tell you what, Troy, last night I think was also one of the most confused I've ever been on track as well. Donington's obviously my home track. I live about 20 miles away from it, and I don't think I've been as less in tune with the track as I was with that track last night.
Oh look, it's a very, very technical track. It may look simple, but it's very fast. It's very flowing, and if you miss one apex just by even a tyre width, it destroys the rest of your run through that lap.
I know, and it was getting that consistency with the problem. I also felt like there was almost no connection between the car and the circuit at some points as well, which was a bit bizarre. But hopefully that's just a one-off, and we should be good for Sandown.
Yes, definitely. Now, if you can just excuse me for a couple minutes, Steve. Just got an issue to attend to here.
Not a problem. So Bert Van Jay has returned to the racing and is in third position, 0.5 seconds off third position. And in my pre-race review, which anybody can catch out, written by Dave Kinnaman on Racing-Leagues.com, I've picked Bert as the next winner, the next brand new winner. So watch out for that, guys. This guy is something special. He's only half a second down on pole position at the moment. But we definitely have had a lot of new winners this year, which is great to see. So watch out, and I'll pick him for race 1 in this one. So I think we don't have very much longer left until we move over to the 25-minute qualifying session. So the qualifying session is unlimited laps, go nuts, and it sets position 11 down to, how many have we got now? 21 on the grid. So then the top 10 move through to the top 10 shootout, one man, one lap. Really puts the pressure on the drivers as well, and from a driver's perspective it's something that I personally struggle with each and every time. I like to get a bit of rhythm going, and setting the one lap at a time is a little bit of a nightmare to say the least, but it definitely sorts them in from boys. So looking forward to that one. It's one of Troy's personal favourites as well. And just looking at the timing again, we've had Norman Clark pop himself up into 5th, which is an awesome run by the former GTCC champion for us. He's 1.1 seconds off the lead, and it's really good to see Norman getting hold of this car towards the back end of the season. Definitely be a force to be reckoned with next season. Gavin Cox has dropped down to 6th, 1.7, so there's quite a gap between 5th and 6th at the moment. And commentator's curse,
Yeah, there is.
Gavin pops it into 4th, 0.7 seconds off the lead. So if anybody wants a bump up, just let me know and I'll talk about you, and you'll obviously go a second faster from the looks of it.
I think Kai Turner could do with a bit of a pump up, Steve.
Kai Turner showing us 0.8 seconds off the lead. Something's got slightly squiff on the timing there. Oh no, it's
actually,
not
Steve.
point,
No,
not,
it's
not
0.008.
That is ridiculous.
This is a
so we've got
this is a joke. These two are just
105.347 for Brett Clark and 105.354 for Kai Turner. That is unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It's awesome to see. It's amazing how we can get these kind of track things on. It's just unbelievable.
It is, and you know what? It really makes you wonder what kind of a season Kai Turner could have had if he had been able to get a more consistent finish.
Tell you what, though, plenty of experience here in the booth between the two of us. We did say at the start of the season that if Kai ever gets those tires under control, he's going to be an absolute handful, and it's proven that way as we get towards the back end of the season. He's clearly got the outright pace. He just needs to get it under him, and it'll be something amazing to see next season. So, with a bit of luck next season, we could have we probably will have a new V8 Supercars champion. In fact, we will have a new V8 Supercars champion because neither the two-time series champion Brett Clark nor the current and reigning champion Rob Herbert can mathematically win this title. So we're going to have at least 1, 2, 3 champions and some young people snapping at their heels all the way through next season. I'm really looking forward to that one, Troy.
Yeah, I am too, Steve. It just shows the quality of drivers that we have in this series. I mean, for us to have a two-time champion, obviously, who hasn't done the whole season, that's half the reason why he can't make it. But then to have so many different drivers be there with the chance to take out the championship, it just shows that this is probably the premier V8 Supercar online racing league.
I would like to think so, especially when you look at these times. It's just unbelievable. But I don't know when you were away there. I did mention Bert Van Jay. I pick him as our next new winner, Troy. Definitely got a good feeling about this guy, and he seems to be able to throw down the times and keep it all together. So it's going to be pretty special to see.
Yeah, look, he's in the fives with everyone else, and he's not just in the fives. I'd say comfortably into the fives. So I definitely have to agree. He's definitely someone to watch out for. And while we have this break here before the qualifying session, just one thing, I'd like to wish all the mothers out there a happy Mother's Day for this weekend. It's over here in Australia. And one more thing, Thursday was my 9th wedding anniversary, so a big shout out to my wife and a happy anniversary to her as well.
Absolutely, big shout out to your wife. Can't believe somebody's put up with you for 9 years, so well done there. Congratulations.
That's 9 years of marriage, Steve. 14 together.
Yeah, similar here. I think we're on 12 together, 1 year married. So I fought the good fight for as long as I could, but in the end, it got me.
I think you're lucky there, Steve. She's commiserations to her for having you, and congratulations for her having you.
Awesome. Good stuff. So we're into 25-minute qualifying. And Stevens is anxious to get on with it. He's the first car out and looking to run in a series of laps and get the time in as quickly as possible, get himself solidly into the top 10. Something some drivers need to remember here is this is all about getting into the top 10. It's not about setting the outright fastest lap, although try talking to Brett Clark or Kai Turner about that one. I think they've only got one mode, and that's full speed, but the more thinking drivers on the lines of Dan Stevens, Gavin Cox, they're just concerned with getting out, getting a safe banker in, and making sure they're into that top 10 solidly.
Yeah, definitely. You need to be making sure that you make that 10, and then worry about the banking lap after that.
Definitely, yeah. So we look like we've got a gaggle of cars here. We've got Vegemite car and a Oranga car chasing down Brett Clark's Nissan. Good place to be because that Nissan's going to disappear up the road in a short while around this track. So just watching Brett at the moment now. So let's see if we can stay with him. And as we say, the camera jumps off, but let's get back to him. So we get in the cockpit and see how this car's behaving itself. So 4th gear, 5th gear, 6th gear, turn it down to turn 3, which is a very tricky corner. You really need to get on the brakes as late as possible, but try and not upset the rear of the car, or you won't be able to turn in. So it's almost 2 stabs at the turn in, run out across the curve on the left hand side, come back across nicely towards the right hand side, and then you want to get hard on the brakes just after the 100 meter board, as he does, and he's get the apex, little bit of oversteer there on the way in, and then grab the second apex around here as well, run it out to the right, start moving over to the left nicely, get as much grip as you can on that track as well. 100 meter board coming in, brake hard on it, get her down into 2nd gear, get into the apex here. You want to let it flow out so you can get the power down, back onto the straight, across the left-hand side, and then we've got a lap on board with Brett Clark, and it's a 105.7, so not too shabby at all, Troy.
No, it's not a shabby lap. Now, just as you were saying there, Steve, turn 3, there's probably 2 lines you can take through that turn. You can take the conventional line and hug the turn the whole way through, or one that I like to use so you get a good drive out and onto that back straight is probably let it run wide on the initial turn in and then sort of cut back late and make it sort of a 2-part corner.
Yeah, that's the trick, isn't it? You have to make it that sort of 2-part corner, because then you can get the power down in the middle part of it and then use up the apex on the way out, the second part.
Exactly right, and then you can sort of probably use that outside curve, just touch it a little bit, get a little bit of jump over it, not too much, because otherwise it will unsettle the car and you'll end up spinning around.
Definitely. So we've got Stevens and Clark on track together. Clark's made up a bundle of time on this lap around him. Just worried that Dan got himself a little bit distracted. He's going straight for the pits, and that'll probably have slowed Brett down a little bit. He should be just crossing the line now. Yeah, no improvement on the time there. Scott Taylor in second, 0.623 seconds back. Dan Stevens 0.8 seconds back in third. So that first lap of Dan's was pretty useful. It's got him thereabouts, and that's probably enough to keep him in the top 10 as well, I would say.
Yeah, looking at the times, yeah, probably thereabouts. It probably would be pretty much safe to say.
Yeah, 6th or 7th around there, that time would stack up overall. So everybody appears to be out of track at the moment, so it's a very busy circuit out there. And just looking at the live track map, and for anybody who's watching on YouTube, I'll just post the link in here to how you can watch the live timing. It's definitely worth a watch, especially when you get to see what the track is actually loaded up with at the moment.
And that's the problem here. It is a short track, but with the amount of cars that we have, it makes trying to find that gap to make it braking time all the more difficult.
Well, Troy, I'm just looking at the live track map, and I can only see one gap on the whole track that's of any use. Sorry, 2 make it, and all the cars are together, evenly spaced as well, so there's nobody jammed right up the back of each other. But when this race gets going as well, and especially that 70 lap race, it's just going to be a nightmare for people trying to get through, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. Now, as we look at the time board as we speak, Kai Turner's there at the top with a 105.68, followed closely by Brett Clark, his partner in crime, with a 105.7.
Yeah, Clark's just done a pit stop, changed tyres, dropped some fuel out, back out again. So obviously just getting a banker in at the start. Kai's probably on his second lap from the looks of it there. So yeah, that's a very good first lap from Kai as well. And we've got all the usual suspects. As I say, the cream always rises to the top. No surprises in the top 10 at this point in time as well. The only thing that I'm a little bit surprised about is the ASR boys, and that Pengelly is getting outpaced by Bruns quite comfortably over the practice session, and the same in this session so far. So these guys normally run right up the back of each other. Very quick guys. Pengelly actually took a win and a second place out at Winton as well. So they're the sort of anomaly. I'd expect them to have a little bit more pace, but they don't look like they've got as much at this point.
No, it's definitely something we're not used to seeing. The ASR boys struggling as much, especially Pengelly. You know, he's usually a comfortable top 10 runner.
Yeah, definitely. Just pop on there and see what this car's doing as well. So we just jump in the cockpit with Wayne and see how we're looking as well. So we're coming on to the home straight around the last corner. Just not able to get the power down as early as we would have thought. Maybe he's on warm-up.
Definitely not.
So here we go, we're down into turn 2 now, 100 metre board, and the brakes get it turned in, try and get the apex a little bit better. He needs to get the power on a lot earlier than that. And we're coming to turn.
Oh, he's way off the apex there.
Yeah, he's got the apex nicely for 3, but he's not getting on the power as much as you would like through there. So down and heading towards turn 3, 100 metre board on the left, the brakes all nicely, try and get her clip that apex. Looks like there's a bit of understeer at this car, doesn't it? Yeah,
it definitely looks to be some understeer in the car, and obviously it's not he hasn't got the drive in the car either that he's after, because he's not able to get on the power as soon as you'd like.
Yeah, he's too busy tidying up that understeer to be able to get the car down, which is causing a little bit of an issue there as well. He's very early on the apex in that one as well, didn't use all of the roads, so not looking as flash as normal for William here. So
No.
I'll tell you what though, this track is Marmite though. You either love it or you hate it.
Look, this track is as simple as it looks on paper. It's a very technical track. I mean, the late Jason Richards, he said it was the most boring track he's ever driven, but yet struggled to get a decent result there.
Yeah, so we got Clark's back in and out of the pits again, so obviously not happy with something on that last run. Still Kai Turner 0.56 seconds off in front, and Clark's took to the grass there to avoid the Winkler Mercedes as it came through. Good driving there by Brett. Just take a quick look at
Just hearing on team chats that Darren Goosey's having a misfire with his car, so internet lag issues. So hopefully they can get that sorted out.
Yeah, that's not a good start to the race that weekend there for Darren.
No, it seems him struggle. He's sitting 17th with a 110, and I know Darren has gone quicker.
So we're just watching Gavin Cox now at the minute. He's down in 6th position, 0.8 seconds off the lead. So see if he can make something with this lap. One thing I've noticed with Gavin this season is he uses a lot of engine braking, a lot more than any other driver that I can see.
Look, the ability in this mod to use the engine to brake gives you the infinite benefit of being able to brake a hell of a lot later. And it's one thing I found, and it's got me a couple of probably half a second a lap at least, especially on those tracks where you need a lot of late braking.
Yeah, we're just on board with Gavin now, just backing it off a little bit to make himself a little bit of a gap here to try and get around. He's got the ASR car of Colin Bruns in front of him there on track, so he's going to sort of spoil this lap I think for him. Yeah, he's 0.6 seconds off best time on this one, so into turn 1, run it right out. Oh, he's gone over the grass there, so I think he's ran out of tyre on that lap from the looks of it. So that's a little bit unfortunate there. And as I said, Troy, Bert Van Jay, 105.392. That is a phenomenal lap. I did say watch out for this guy, and here we are.
Oh, look, Steve, it's going to be interesting because this, as you said, Bert Van Jay, he's showed promise in the practice. Obviously, he's not as quick as he has been. He's probably half second down, but look, we all know that my favourite part of the day, the top 10 shootout, can change the entire outlook of this top 10.
Clark had enough of that as well. He's just thrown down a 105.223 as well to go 0.169 seconds in front of Bert. And Kai Turner's 0.461 back now in 3rd position. So as we say though, this is just the top 10. This is just the qualifying session before the top 10. So not very important as to where you finish, so long as you finish in the top 10 on this one, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly right, Steve. I mean, I know for a fact we've told Kai to park it. He's in the 10. Have a breather, get your focus, and get ready for the top 10.
Definitely get your blinkers on, make sure you're looking straight ahead for the top 10 because that's where it's set. Although there is plenty of overtaking places on this track, so if you do make a mistake in the top 10, it's not as bad as at some tracks. So Clark's back in again after that, so he seems to be doing a one out, one back in, throw something new on the car and go for it again. So interesting strategy there to say. So let's look at the important positions in this at the moment. So 8th down. 8th, we've got Norman Clark, 1.4 seconds off the lead. Dan Ricard-Pavel from Vegemite Racing is in 9th, 1.5 seconds back. Scott Bainsworth, the second of the Vegemite drivers and race 2 winner from Townsville, is 1.9 seconds back in 10th. And 1.944 seconds back in 11th. Colin Bruns, Wayne Pengelly, 2.138 seconds. So it's from 8th to 12th really as to who's going to get into the top 10. So one of these guys needs to put down a ripper lap and cement their position in the top 10, don't they?
Oh, exactly right, Steve. And just looking at that lap there from Clark, it's 105.223. He still hasn't dropped into the 22s on that first sector, so it just shows what a cracking first sector in practice that was for Kai Turner.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're just looking down as well. We've got Gavin Cox in 6th, Dan Stevens in 7th. They're keeping a close eye on each other as well. But as we said before, the thinking drivers are more concerned about getting on the track and getting into the top 10.
Yeah, I think really the bubble will be a 107. What or 107 what? Steve, you can probably what 106, 107.1, 107 flat.
Yeah, thereabouts, I would imagine. It's going to be tricky to balance the race pace, isn't it?
It is. You've got to try and find a number where you're not going to chew out that front left tyre, but yet still be able to maintain a race pace.
Definitely.
What I think you'll find, Steve, is Brett Clark, what he was doing there was probably going out with maybe 6 litres of fuel, enough to do sort of 2 laps and then in and chock it back up again and try again.
Definitely. So let's see what's how we're looking at the moment. So top 10: Brett Clark, Bert Van Jay, Kai Turner. Kai Turner 3rd, Scott Taylor 4th, Wayne Dare 5th, Gavin Cox 6th, Dan Stevens 7th, Norman Clark still 8th, 9th Dan Ricard Pavel, 10th Scott Bainsworth, 11th Colin Bruns, 12th Wim Pengelly, 13th Mark Turner, 14th Nick Winkler, 15th Chris McCall, 16th Roger Clark, 17th Matthew Mitz, 18th Darrell Bennett, 19th Darren Goosey, 20th Trevor Dixon, and 21st Steve Hawkins.
Tell you what, Steve, if we look at that board and we say that's the finishing positions for race 1 and 2 tonight, the big winner in the championship there is definitely Kai Turner, because you look at the gap between Gavin Cox and Dan Stevens, the amount of cars in between those two, so he would make a massive gain in points there.
Yeah, but as always, the qualifying and the race, two different things. Let's see what that looks like at the end.
Well, looking at the pace there, I dare say, look, Dan Stevens is really struggling with a mid to late 106 there, and now depending on how much he's going to turn that car down in race trim, sort of say anywhere to in the vicinity of about 2 seconds, I think is where you're going to need to take off your qualifying speed to manage your tyres.
Definitely.
Just riding on board with Bert Van Jay here, Steve. The car doesn't seem too settled. He seems to be having a bit of a stab at it with understeer in some places, but definitely got it braking well and it's on its nose.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see him on track as yet, so yeah, we're just joining him now, so let's pop in the cockpit now and see how that car's behaving itself. So, 5th gear down the back on the reader board, get into the apex. A little bit of oversteer there. Looks like the car's nicely set up from what I can see so far, Troy, so yeah.
There's just a little hint of oversteer that he's taking a second stab at it. Whether that's his style of driving, he's trying to make sort of 2 apexes out of the certain turns, but whatever he's got there, it's definitely working. He's setting some cracking times.
Yeah, it's a 105.8 for him on that lap there, so he's thereabouts. He's just trying to find that next little bit to try and get back up to pole position, but obviously he's well inside the top 10. He's going to qualify for the top 10 shootout, so get another stab at it.
Yeah, definitely. I think the smart thing to do would be park the car up, go and have a comfort stop, drink, get your head together, focus, envision what you want to do and where your apexes are, and just get yourself in the right head frame.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's got her nicely under control through there. So car looks well set up. It's not moving around too much. A little bit of oversteer as we alluded to there earlier, but definitely looks like that's a good setup for a race as well, isn't it?
He's got that car flowing very nicely through those turns, Steve. It's yeah.
Yes, he's just parked it for that one now. So let's have a look back again around our top 10 and see who's getting in and who's out at the moment. So Colin Bruns has pumped himself right up to 7th position, 1.3 seconds off pole. He's overtaken Dan Stevens, who's sitting somewhere on the bubble now. So if I was Dan, I'd be a little bit concerned about that one. And he's sitting in the garage with 6 minutes 50 seconds remaining. So really needs to get out and get on with it, Troy. Norman Clark has obviously dropped down to 9th now as well, with Colin Bruns moving up, so 1.4 seconds off pole position. Dan Ricard Pavel 10th, Scott Bainsworth has been bumped out of the top 10 now, and he's 11th position, 1.8 seconds off. 12th, 2.4 seconds off Spoon Pengelly, so 11th and 12th is about the only two really that can get themselves into the top 10.
Yeah, definitely, Steve. Helps if I press the right button to answer your previous comment, but I commentator's curse here. I said the bubble would have been about a 107 dead. It's now down at 106.7, so you can throw my theory out the window.
It's definitely a bit furious around that 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, isn't it? But I think Bruns has probably done himself the world of good there. 1.3 seconds off pole. I think he's probably got safely in. So that's a 106.5 for that lap. So yes, you're not too far off, Troy. It's within half a second there. So I would say the cutoff point is going to be around the 106.7 at this point in time to get yourself into the top 10. And interestingly, that's
definitely
exactly what
I think.
Sorry, that's exactly what
right.
Dan Ricard Pavel's got at the moment. He's sitting on a 106.775. So
look, Bainsworth. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's what is he? 4/10 probably outside the 10, 3/10. So the problem is at this track, there's not a lot of time to be made. It's a really difficult track in that respect.
Yeah, you've got to let it flow, haven't you?
It really is a flowing track, and if you muck up one corner, probably even turn 1 and 2. If you muck up one of them, you can pretty much forget the lap.
So with 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock in pole position, at the moment we've got Brett Clark on a 105.223, which he hasn't improved on for several laps. Bert Van Jay in 2nd position, 0.169 seconds
Give me
back.
75, 76 litres.
You're on the wrong channel there, Troy, I think. Kai Turner, 3rd, 0.461 seconds back. Scott Taylor, 0.553 back in 4th. Wayne Dare, 0.9 seconds back in 5th. Gavin Cox, 0.992 back in 6th. Colin Bruns, 7th. Dan Stevens, 8th, 1.38 seconds back. Norman Clark doing a sterling job in 9th, 1.4 seconds back. And the two Vegemite cars in 10th and 11th, with Pengelly from ASR in 12th. And then 13th, Darrell Bennett, Double D Racing, Mark Turner, 14th, Darren Goosey, 15th, Nick Winkler, 16th, Chris McCall, 17th, Roger Clark, 2nd of the Oranga cars, 18th, Matthew Hicks, 19th, and Trevor Dixon in 20th.
Interesting to see Brett Clark going back out there, Steve.
I'm not quite sure why he's obviously not quite happy with that car at the moment, so I reckon he's doing a little bit of tuning, trying something, coming back in again, because obviously he's well inside the top 10, so he doesn't really need to be going for it, but he's just testing out. We just watched Dan Stevens on track there, and he's just gone off on this lap as well, so having a little bit of a mare at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Seth. I think the balance probably isn't quite to his liking, but really, how can you be complaining about a car that's doing a 105.2?
Well, you know, ever the perfectionist, he's not happy until it's a 104.
Yeah, definitely the perfectionist, Steve. He's always chasing something, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. There's one thing that's I'm wondering, is this contributing to the issues Dan's having as well? Is he's moved from the Nissan to the Merc when switched teams as well, and it's a very different car to drive. I'm wondering if that's sort of compounding some of the issues he's having, especially around the balance.
Look, it probably could be. It could be. He's not. The car probably doesn't maybe suit his style as well as the Nissan did, or whatnot. But you would have thought by now that he's had a chance to come to grips with the car, but clearly not.
Yeah, well, just coming to grips with it, but then, as we said, when you have a teammate around you as well, it helps to iron out any of the intricacies of each car and get on top of it. So that probably hasn't helped him as well. So I reckon if they'd probably stayed with the Nissan, he might be in slightly better shape. Because he'd had all that information from earlier in the season, which is now out the window, unfortunately.
Look, it'd be interesting to know the reasoning behind the change to the Mercedes. I mean, there's obviously a reason for it, but as we speak, I was saying earlier about Clark not dropping in the 22s. He's just dropped a 22.8 on that first sector.
Yeah, I think he's clearly working on a sector by sector approach just to make sure he's got the outright pace. So um, we'll see what this lap turns up as well. Just trying to grab him on track as well. He's just about to
He's
come
gone
across the
purple
line.
in both. 105.1.
So yeah, he just pulled out another 10th there as well. So yeah, obviously wasn't happy with something. Went back in, tuned her up, and back out again. So nicely inside the top 10. So 1 minute remaining. Let's take a look at the top 10 cut-off points. So Dan Ricard Pavel from Vegemite Racing is holding down nicely, 1.662 seconds off. Bainsworth's teammate. Oh, actually no. Just look at that. Daryl Bennett has popped himself up into 10th and knocked both Vegemite cars out. So fantastic showing there by the Volvo. Did not see that one coming, Troy.
No, he's definitely pulled that from the bleachers.
Let's see if we've got Bainsworth on track at the moment. So let's take a quick look at the timing and see if we can see any sectors lighting up for anybody on this one.
Tell you what, that time from Bennett, it's like the Dennis Lilly run-in. He's come straight from the boundary and just blown it right away.
Yeah, just waiting on the sector time code for Pavel. Is at 23.3, 23.6 on this lap. Not too flashy. Bainsworth almost rolled it, so... Sorry, Dan Ricard Pavel's almost rolled it, so that's his challenge finished for this one. So let's take a quick look and see if we can find Bainsworth in the pits. Roger Clark's popped himself up into 13th, has parked the car as well, so doesn't look like anyone's going to challenge. Pengelly's just crashing the car as well, the SR car, so he'd win it or bin it. Unfortunately, he binned it, so that's that one taken care of.
Yeah, and it's good to see Noel Clark making a top 10 appearance as well.
Yeah, Norman's been showing nicely so far in this round, so good to see.
Yeah, it's great to see.
So I think that's it over. So we're going to move forward to the top 10 shootout. So let's see if we can get the results up for you all from that one. So here we go. We got Brett Clark taking the pole from Bert Van Jay, Kai Turner third, Scott Taylor fourth, Wade Dare fifth, Gavin Cox sixth, Dan Stevens seventh, Colin Bruns eighth, Norman Clark ninth, Daryl Bennett 10th, Dan Ricard Pavel 11th, Scott Bainsworth 12th, Roger Clark 13th, Wim Pengelly 14th, Matthew Mitz 15th, Mark Turner 16th, Darren Goosey 17th, Nick Winkler 18th, Chris McCall 19th, and Trevor Dixon in 20th. So positions 11 to 20 are now set from Dan Ricard Pavel all the way down to Trevor Dixon. So we're looking forward to the top 10 shootout, which will start in a couple of moments. And we'll start with Daryl Bennett out on track first.
Yeah, look, it's a shame seeing the Vegemite Racing boys down outside the 10 there because last start winner, Dan Ricard Pavel, in his first win in the season, he's not made the 10 this time round.
Yeah, which is unusual for them, but we know they can both race very well as well. So be interesting to see how they get on this one. So let's get ready for top 10 shootout. I think this might even be Daryl's first showing in the top 10 shootout.
I think you're right there, Steve. I don't think he has made a top 10, so well done to him on that. Like I said, he's really pulled that one out from the bleachers.
Good stuff. So just waiting on everybody getting ready, getting the session set up, and we'll be good to go very shortly. What are you thinking for a lap to get you on a decent lap in this one? So obviously we're going to have the 105s out front. I don't think we'll see a 104 on this one, but you need to be
No.
you need to be solidly in the six here to get a decent position, don't you?
Look, I think the top 5. You look there. You've got Wayne Dare, Kai Turner, Scott Taylor, Bert Van Jay, and Brett Clark. I think to make top 5, which is mid pack of the top 10, you're going to be looking at a 105.7, probably a 105.6 would be the cutoff point there for the top 5.
Okay, so we've got Daryl Bennett in the Double D Racing Wild Turkey Volvo heading out on track as well. These Volvos sound fantastic as well, don't they, Troy?
Yeah, they do. They've got such a very Ferrari-like sound. Wouldn't you agree, Steve?
Yeah, definitely. Very, very, very noisy, which is always good. So, from a driver's point of view, what are you doing on this warm-up lap, Troy? And what can you do to make sure that you've got everything you need for your fast lap?
Basically, you want to start your pressures higher than what you would normally because it's one lap. You don't have a chance to really hit that second lap with tyres at optimum speed, pressure. Get as much heat into them as you can without taking too much off your tyre. Make sure those brakes are piping hot, ready to grab that rotor as soon as you jump on them on that first turn, and make sure that sort of you've got a feel for the balance of the car because really this time you're going out with 5-6 litres of fuel, just barely enough to get you home. So the balance again is just going to be a little lighter in the rear than what you're used to.
Okay, so Daryl's coming around the last corner. He's a bit of tyre smoke on the last 2 corners there, so he's obviously trying to warm them up as much as possible. So cross the lane now, and the clock starts ticking from here. So let's see what kind of sector times he's throwing down at this point. So just coming into turn 2 now, keeping it in nice and tight around there, getting the power down nice and early, run it to the curb, a little bit of oversteer there, but he tidied it up very nicely. So
that'll cost him.
It'll cost him a little bit, 23.4. Not a bad first sector at all. In fact, I think that's his fastest first sector so far. So definitely doing very well on this one. So heading down.
Definitely nice on the exit of 3.
Turn 4 now. Yeah, there's a little bit of oversteer there. A little bit more. Oh, took a lot of curb there. Need to be careful of that. These ones will roll you over.
Yeah, so, but the height of the curb will suck you through that turn. Well, that's well taken.
Yeah, he had to get off the throttle a little bit there on the exit though, which will cost him slightly through there. 21.59 for the second sector. We're just coming around the last corner now and across the line very shortly. So tidy lap here from Daryl, especially in the first one out. And he's thrown
106.7, that's good.
That's not bad at all. So
I think you'll find that'll see probably 7th or 8th around there.
Yeah, he's done well there. So Norman Clark on track now in the number 10 Oranga Racing Ford Falcon. It's just coming around turn 1 now, power down all the way towards turn 2. Ooh, very missed the apex on that. Couldn't find it with a Google map from the looks of it.
Yeah, a bit wide.
Yeah, I'll say. We're heading down towards turn 3. Spit the bricks out and we'll all build a house. Yeah, on the brakes nice and late through there, avoiding the apex again, but that's a good line through there, nice and wide.
That's the line I was talking about, Steve.
That's a perfect line through there, and he's run nicely across the exit there, using up all of the road, down to the 100-meter board, on the brakes nice and late, trying to clip the apex but not the curb. And he's run out nice and wide. He's on the exit of that corner beautifully, straight through there. So it's a nice series of corners there from Norman. 25.5 first sector, 22.4 second sector. So he's thrown down some good split times here.
Yeah, I think he'll probably fall just short of the Bennett lap.
Not sure. The back end of the lap was pretty fast. So yeah, you're right. 107.8. That first sector killed him.
Wow. Yeah, way off the pace there.
Yeah, so we got bronze in the ASR, the only ASR hold in the top 10. Well done, Colin. Here we go, across the line, about to start this lap, head down towards turn 1, watch for the orange marker, get across to the curb, get as much power down as you can on the exit, run out, yep, looking good, find the apex, missed the apex as well on this one.
Yeah, I found there on one, he sort of stayed very tight on that turn for a little bit too long. He could have let it flow out a bit sooner and got on the power a lot sooner.
Yeah, here we go, down into 3, he's turned in a little bit earlier than Norman there, not exactly a science to this corner, but you get through it as best as you can. So 23.453 sector 1 there, which is there or thereabouts, but it's certainly not going to be the fastest.
I think that was around about the same time as Norm there, so I think you'll probably see Colin in around the 107s.
21.8 for the second sector, which is I think a lot better on that one. So through this final corner.
Obviously he's struggling with turn 1 and 2 there. And he splits the two of them.
Go 106.971, yeah, so again, cost himself a little bit on that sector 1, so now we've got Dan Stevens just crossing the line into turn 1. Using follow the road on the exit. Got a better apex line through there as well.
You can hear the delay in getting on the power there, Steve.
Yeah, he's just waiting on it. The car's not quite set up right, is it?
No, you can see he gets on it slightly and then just that pause before he's at full throttle.
Completely different line through turn 3 there from Dan, from anybody else we've seen so far. 23.3, which is the fastest first sector out of a lot of them, but not too flash, to be honest. Want to be.
Well, did you hear him on the engine brake there, Steve? You'd hate to be a valve spring.
21.9 second sector. This is a bit of a mirror of a lap.
It's not pretty, is it, Steve?
Not at all. Oh, she's very, very early on the entry into that last corner, which is cost him there. So, what's this going to be, Troy?
106.8. He's pulled out the last sector.
Yeah, jeez, that's needs to be stepping it up a bit here. So here's our second of our title contenders, Gavin Cox. Let's see what Gavin's got. I know Dave's watching as much as he possibly can while throwing down some tunes at the same time, so he's going to be very interested in this lap.
Now, I have heard on very good information that Dave's favourite tune to throw down is the old YMCA.
Excellent. Gavin took all of the curb of the exit there, and I fear that's going to have slowed him down a little bit. 23.1 again for the first sector. He's got to make up a lot through this sector 2 and sector 3 now. Darrell Bennett's lap's looking better by the second.
Yeah, it is, but 23.1, that's no slouch. Now, you've got to remember, Steve, we were saying that 22s was an absolute scorching first sector.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go through, coming up towards turn 6 now. It all rests on this one at 21.724 for sector 2. Early in through there as well. I tend to try and take a wider entry into that corner so you can square off the exit, but let's see what we got.
Exactly right.
106.4 as well, so he's out-qualified his championship contender as well. It's the first one to out-qualify Darrell Bennett, so awesome lap there from Darrell. We move on to Wim Durr now, into turn 1 and coming up to turn 2 now.
Quite interesting to see him driving a Falcon here today, and in just a couple of weeks, actually just over a week's time, he'll be driving a nice shiny Holden.
Hey, yeah, nice looking car this one as well, the Monster Energy Falcon. It's a bit of a strange line through there as well, but whatever floats your boat. As I said, that corner is definitely not a science to getting through that one. You try your best and hope you can get the power down early. And we're coming up towards turn 4 now as well, so Wayne's looking pretty good so far. That was at 23.3, so a bit slower than Gavin through sector 1, 21.2 for sector 2. So they're thereabouts for first or second at this point.
Yeah, no, he's looking good, and he's very shallow on the entry there.
Yeah. I'm wondering why none of them are taking the wide entry in there and square the corner off.
It's very interesting. And he's done it, he's out qualifying quite. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last sector.
Cracking lap.
And then on to Scott Taylor, our race winner of race 1 from Hidden Valley, and he also won the top 10 shootout as well. So let's see if he can repeat that form. So in through turn 2 now. Drifting it nicely out through there, but almost caught himself on the curbs. I did notice the back of that car was just smoothly drifting as well. He just got caught out by the curb, which is a bit unfortunate. Very spectacular. And there's a nice wide entry into this corner. Squares it off as well. Very like Norman Clark's lap as well. He ran it out wide, taking as much of the road as possible. 23.4, so yeah, he's lost about 3/10 on that first sector with that little bit of drifting oversteer.
Yeah, I'd say it's good 3/10.
21.4 as well for sector 2, so he's bleeding a little bit of time all the way through this lap.
Yeah, it is the story that of what could have been.
There's your wide entry. Squared it off nicely, but caught too much of the curb. You have to be so careful with the curbs in Queensland, they're huge. There we go, 106.232. That would have been a hell of a lap if he hadn't made that little bit of a mistake on the first corner.
Exactly right, Steve.
So Kai Turner, up and at him. Let's see what Kai's got. So we're through turn 1 already and into turn 2. He's hugging the apex nicely through there. Ran it out nicely. Just touched the curb on the exit there. So he's taking as much speed through there as possible. Down towards turn 3. Using a lot of engine braking through there as well.
Right on the line, Steve. He's using every millimetre of track here.
23.0.
Beautiful exit.
Sector 1 there, Troy.
That's the fastest first sector so far.
Certainly is. Let's see what we're going to get for sector 2. So he's got a beautiful line through there as well. He's run nicely out onto the exit curb. Gets himself over to the left and then back out onto the exit. A little bit of road left there as well, so he's not carrying as much through there. 21.4, matching, I think Scott Taylor was a 21.4 on the second sector as well, so considering he's done that blinding
should see a 105
sector.
here.
And there we go, 105.6.
105.6.
That's an awesome lap. So on to Bert Van Jay. Let's see if Bert can repeat his form.
Now the pressure's really on these next two guys here, Steve. They've seen the time, it's gone into the 5s and well into the 5s, so these guys got to pull it out.
Yeah, Bert's got a little bit of a drift through there as well, but he held it nice. He didn't catch the curb the way Scott Taylor did, so carrying a lot of speed through here. So let's see what we're looking for. A 23.252, so he's 2/10 down on Kai Turner already on this first sector. So let's see if we can make something up on the back end.
He looked to have a lot of understeer there through 3.
I did feel that Kai left a lot on the table through this sector, so there's time to be taken back.
Definitely, I think Kai was more worried about just banking a good fast lap.
Yeah, considering where the rest of the times were, that should be the plan for this one. Ooh, a little bit of oversteer and understeer through there as well. 21.4 for second sector. This is going to be about second, I would imagine. Oh no.
Wow, he lost a lot there. I think probably the last sector.
Yeah,
106.0.
106.05. Ooh, wasn't expecting that. So on to Mr. Pole Position himself, Brett Clark. He's into turn 1. Beautiful line through there. He's already heading down towards turn 2. He's just bullying that Nissan round there as well. Tell you what, you wouldn't want to be Brett Clark's car at the end of the season, would you?
No, they'd be feeling quite battered and bruised.
That man's selling me a second-hand car. I don't want to buy any part of it at all.
I'll sell it to you, Steve. Cheap. Only driven on Sundays.
Yeah, driven like this, he's absolutely standing on it. A 22.9 for sector 1.
I didn't say how it was driven on Sunday. I just said it was only driven on Sunday.
21.1 sector 2. This is going to be a phenomenal lap.
This is going to be a low 5, a very low 5.
A little bit of oversteer through there, but he doesn't really care because he's about to finish this lap as well, which should be pole position. And there we go.
105.4.
105.4. 0.229 seconds in front there. So awesome lap there by Mr. Clark. So let's try and capture the top 10 there for everybody so we can get it up on screen. Congratulations there. We'll get them down for a quick interview. Troy, if you want to move them down.
Will do, mate.
There we go. We got the results of the top 10 shootout. Brett Clark, pole position. Kai Turner, second. Wayne Dare, third. Bert Van Jay, fourth. Scott Taylor, fifth. Gavin Cox, sixth. Darrell Bennett, seventh. Dan Stevens, eighth. Colin Bruns, ninth. And Norman Clark, 10th.
I don't have the privileges to move them downstairs, so you'll have to do that, mate.
Okay, I'll do everything, shall I?
Well, if you give me privileges to, I can.
I did. You've changed your username or something again.
Last time I checked, I was Troy.
Brett moved in from the lobby by Steve. Kai moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve. Wayno moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our post-qualifying interview. We've got the top three: Brett Clark and Kai Turner and Wayne Dare. Welcome, everybody, and congratulations, Brett, in pole position. Well done, Kai and Wayne. I've just come to you first, Brett. That was a pretty awesome lap. You backed up what you'd done in practice and qualifying one. So, you happy with that one?
Yeah, it was a good lap. I was happy with that. I was just kind of watching the sector times just to see where I was, kind of thing, and I went a bit slower through sector 3 just because I saw I was 4 tenths up, so I thought I'm not going to wreck this into the last turn.
Well done, and Kai, just come to you for a second. Second position. You've been right on the heels of Brett all weekend. Are you expecting a little bit more from qualifying?
Yeah, I was in a way, but I thought I'd just bring it home in a good position in the end. One little mistake here, I'd be starting at the back of the pack, so thought I'd take it a bit easy, but well done to Brett. Fast all weekend.
Excellent, and Wayne, welcome to Racing Leagues. Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
third position there. Very nice lap as well. How was it for you?
Good. I just kept it nice and clean and tried not to embarrass myself. I was quite surprised to get third, actually.
Yeah, I think the top 10 shootout sorts the men from the boys, so well done on that one.
Thank you.
What are you looking for in the race?
The finish.
Excellent, good stuff. How's
Anywhere in the top 10 would be nice.
How's your tyres?
Finish will be good. Good.
That's excellent.
Yeah,
Well
got
done.
good tyre wear. So
Well done, guys, and hopefully we get to speak to you all after race 1. So best of luck with that one.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, mate.
thank you.
Brett moved to V8 Supercars by Steve. Wayno moved to V8 Supercars by Steve. Kai moved to V8 Supercars by Steve.
Well, everybody, we've 7 minutes of a warm-up, so we'll just take a short break. We'll leave it on screen for you all while we get ready for race 1. So we'll be back with you in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, mate. Is that a threat or a promise? Damn.
Right, everybody, we're back. Getting ready for race 1. Just to remind everyone of the format, we'll just put it up on the screen here for you all. So we've completed the 30-minute practice, the 25-minute qualified is done and dusted, the top 10 shootout is done and dusted, and we're into race 1. 25 laps. You use soft or hard tyres, so long as they're all soft or all hard, and there is no compulsory pit stop. So 25 laps, pretty straightforward, Troy.
In theory, yes it is, but in practice, it's a whole different story. He can throw any curveball at you.
Well, that's what I was hinting at. It's going to be anything but straightforward. Tyre life is going to be an absolute premium around here. I think most people would give a bag of gold to have a few extra laps worth of grip.
Yeah, I think what you wouldn't give here for probably another 5 mil of tyre wear available to you here. It's definitely something that I'm hearing a lot of people say that front left is just crying in agony.
Just watching the back of the 33 Merc, and every time the brake lights comes on, it looks to me like only the left-hand brake light is coming on, so Dan's obviously not using the full width of the pedal there to get both lights on, so it might confuse some people in the race.
It could be that, and let's get the police on that. It's defect. Let's get him off track.
Well, knowing how things normally go right here, they'll probably be knocked out pretty quickly in the first corner anyway, so let's see how we go.
Let's hope we don't have a safety car.
To be fair, as we've been getting towards the last few races of the season here, we haven't really seen the safety car. The guys had a bit of a break.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a safety car driver, you're definitely getting a bit bored with life because from the very beginning of the season, you were on duty pretty much from the minute it started. You had a busy race weekend, but as the season's gone on, the boys have definitely cleaned up their act.
Yeah, I think some of the first rounds, the safety car leader was leading the overall championship because he led more laps than most people.
Oh, definitely. He definitely had a higher lap count than anyone.
Yeah, totally. So, 46 seconds left of the warm-up. Just looking at that, Bert Van Jay's thrown down a 106.032. Brett Clark second with 0.4 seconds back. Darrell Bennett in a healthy third position. Kai Turner fourth. Gavin Cox fifth.
Yeah, I think everyone's just trying to get a feel for their race pace now and whatnot. You got Kai Turner there with a best of a 107.1. I think that's probably going to be a little bit too quick, but
Yeah.
Could be right on the money. Who knows?
I think this one is definitely going to be the balance between outright pace and keeping something for the end without having to stop.
Definitely. I think you're going to want to sort of try and have a lot in the bank because you just don't know who's going to come at you.
I know. Well, I know you haven't seen the V8 yet, but old Ludo Lacroix can thank me for the strategy. He was obviously watching us at Donington last night with the extra stop, so it'd be interesting to see if anybody tries that here.
I think you got to weigh up the disadvantage between the time lost in the pit and what you're going to gain by having that fresher rubber and it also depends on how long you're going to have that fresh rubber on the car for.
Well, I think to be honest, last night's strategy for me with the extra stop was brought about by my team manager, who was checking the lap times and suddenly noticed that it was too close on tyres, so he told me to just drive the crap out of it and get a pit stop done and then go for it again, which actually worked out to be quite a nice little strategy in the end. So I would like to see somebody try that here. I think it could be the fastest way home.
Well, just on that, I think I went for the no stopper and the little bump and run into our favourite turn there. That's what got you home.
Oh, the Alan O'Connor corner.
Yeah, I think, you know what, we'll call the first one Alan, and then the second part, the chicane, we'll call O'Connor. I think there he is. We'll
That's
let Donington know that we've renamed their track for him.
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
The Alan O'Connor chicane.
Can we charge them for that?
I want copyright laws on that, thanks.
Definitely, we should get some benefit out of it. But here we go, Troy. We're setting up for race 1 of what has been an awesome championship. I cannot believe we're at round 8, Troy. Seems like last week we were loading up at Adelaide.
I know, mate. It's a bit emotional. This is the end of the regular season for us. Our first full-time season return. We've had a season off there, and let's go. Let's let these boys rip.
Definitely, and obviously it'll be our Sandown 500 next week, which is 500 Ks. Troy and myself will be driving in it, which is a little bit unfortunate. We won't be able to do a full TV coverage of the whole round, so we will try, in between our stints, we will try and bring you some of the coverage where possible, but unfortunately it won't be a proper race coverage as we couldn't get anybody else to cover it. Imagine that.
Yeah, I know. It's it'll be a highlighted version. We'll Are you your main driver, Steve, or are you the co-driver at ASR?
Main driver.
Oh, well, that might work out okay. I'm the main driver over at DSA, so we should be able to hopefully coincide our stints. If not, I'll just tell Goosey to do as he's told.
Yeah, we'll try and get some coverage in, definitely, in between. Obviously, we'll need a break because we'll be slaughtered from driving that distance ourselves, but we'll try and get some coverage in for viewers where possible.
Definitely a highlighted version. They can hear what it's like to jump fresh out of probably, what are we looking at? Probably a 30, 40 lap stint, Steve, I think, per stint.
Very likely. Still haven't figured out the strategy from our side yet as to who's going to start the car, etc. I think it's all going to come off the back of qualifying as to where we actually end up. For our viewers who aren't aware as yet, the qualifying is the average of the best lap from both drivers. So you get 15 laps each. You don't have to run them all at once. Main driver can run one lap, park the car.
Steve, you got me?
Hang on, you've got the stewards. Go ahead, Bruce.
Had a slight issue with the grid. We're just having to reset it just now.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, viewers, we just got as you heard there, just got a slight issue with the grid. They're just resetting it. So back to Sandown qualifying. So yes, 15 laps each, and then the best lap from each driver is added together and divided by 2 to give the average, and that will give you your qualifying lap time. So it's going to be a bit of a handful, isn't it, to see where everything pans out.
Yeah, look, it is, and it's going to be a case of, I think, if you've got the likes of GRC, Rizlan, and Motorsport there, you got someone that's extremely fast, like Brett Clark, and then you got someone that's mid-pack, that's in Ian Hannon. So it sort of wipes out the outright speed of Brett, but then sort of helps out the slower speed there of Ian, so it brings him sort of up the front end a bit more as well.
Well, on that note, it really depends which Ian Hannon turns up. The Ian Hannon that's been racing in the European Series, and second in points and causing me all sorts of problems all year, or the Ian Hannon that's racing in this series where he is mid-pack. So hopefully it's the first Ian turns up and we can have a right old scrap.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think probably the best way to have it, looking at the times, if we take today's times from qualifying, where you got Kai Turner and Wayne Dare that are within half a second of each other, that's pretty much perfect for this style of qualifying. Wouldn't you agree there, Steve?
Definitely. Sorry, I'm just eating some peanuts. Apologies there. The one thing we haven't seen is our current champion, Rob Herbert, has not hit the track as yet. So it'd be interesting to see how that balances out with Dan's lap. I know Dan is marred down the grid at the moment in that lap time speed so far. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there.
Look, it is going to be interesting. Now, is Rob coming in cold, or has he been doing a bit of single player action, just trying to sort of, pardon the pun, play on his own and keep himself up to speed?
As Rob Herbert was my driver for a couple of seasons there, I know that it wouldn't matter if he'd ever seen a steering wheel. He'll jump in and do the fastest possible speed he can do, no matter what happened.
Yeah, but
Well, I
the
remember.
rust does tend to build up.
Yeah, but if you remember, we'd sent him off on holidays for 3 or 4 weeks, and he rocked up never having seen the Nissan and was out and was faster than everybody within one lap.
No, I'm trying to forget that. That never happened in my mind.
It does seem like a mirage the further you get away from it.
Well, see, the story changes to he was on default setup as well. So it just, for me, it never happened. It's just no.
He didn't tend to move very far from the default setting last year. I know he has a little bit this year, but yeah, I think he'll be in and out pretty quick. So interesting to see how we get on with that.
And look, it's very interesting because we spoke earlier, Steve, in the broadcast about the car setup. Now, obviously, you and Bruce are two very different styles of drivers. I myself have been lucky with Goosey. I've shown him what I've come up with, and he's quite happy with that. Kai and Wayne, they're both very happy in the same car setup as well. So, from DSA's point of view, we're pretty happy with the way the car's going to set up. Red Bull Red Bull New Zealand. It's going to be interesting to see if they both want the same thing out of the car.
I think Dan can pretty much drive around anybody's setup.
Well, we know that's not true because he can't drive Brett Clark's.
Well, the anomaly that is Brett Clark, yeah, you're not going to be able to drive around that anyway.
Seriously, can anyone out there watching now, can you please try and explain to us how you can drive a car with understeer as quick as Brett Clark? If you can explain it, he's a better person than me.
I think he's actually gone a little bit of oversteer at this point of the season. I'm just wondering what's happening here, Troy. Nothing's happening on my screen. I don't know about yours.
No, all the boys are still sitting still there. I don't know whether anyone's
Yeah. A little bit anxious to get on with it. Bruce from Steve. Bruce.
Yes, Steve.
It's definitely something.
Yeah. What's happening?
I've just finished in the last couple of grid positions just now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, something seems to have not carried across from qualifying, which bit strange.
And just a shout out to our ever loyal viewer there, Macintosh TV. Good to have you along again tonight, champ.
Yeah, as always. Should be starting within a couple of minutes.
Well, just to fill in a bit of time here, Steve. I mean, anyone that's probably watched the V8 Supercars today would now be aware that we are no longer the V8 Supercars. We're now the Virgin Atlantic Supercars, and that's it.
Yeah, about that. Not completely. I don't completely agree with dropping the V8, especially now since we've lost Volvo as well. So it's a bit of a crisis for the series in reality, isn't it?
Well, realistically, yeah. I mean, what are they going to do now for a season? I mean, we look at it now. Yeah, okay, they're opening up the engine specifications and regulations next year to allow for V6 turbos and four-cylinder turbos and everything like that. But this year, right now, we're still a V8 series. Keep the V8s till next season. I thought it was the stupidest move to change the name mid-season.
But yeah, that's you hit the nail on the head there, Troy. It's the V8 Supercar series, and it's going to be the V8 Supercar series next season because nobody and I mean nobody has embraced the new regulations. I think they've shot themselves in the foot. It's pathetic.
Look, I have to totally agree. I think we're not going to have Volvo. Nissan is still yet to commit. There's no Mercedes this season. Ford are out after next season. Holden have said they're still around, but in what capacity, we're not sure. Could it be a Holden Camaro or whatnot? It's the sport's really at a crossroad here.
There's a simple and obvious answer that is staring everybody in the face, and I don't understand why they're not doing something with it. GT3. There's a multitude of cars, a multitude of manufacturers. They're relevant to the sort of halo cars with each brand. This whole formula is dead and dying, and they need to do something there, or we lose the actual series. As much as it pains me to lose the cars as they are today, it's got to be changed, or something's got to happen. They can't struggle on with a formula that has got no relation to anywhere else in the world. You know, people just don't have that kind of money to throw at racing anymore.
No, it is something that the big businesses are very, very cautious at throwing money at. Now, over here in Australia, Steve, we don't know much about GT3 because obviously what we see here is our top level of motorsport. What is a GT3 car? What are the differences between what we see now and a GT3 spec car and regulations?
GT3 spec is obviously, it's a car you buy from the manufacturer, so you don't have to go and have all the development costs and all the rest of it, so you can rock up to Audi, Porsche, McLaren or whatever and buy the car off the shelf. It has, I think they're all balance of performance limited as well, so they're all in and around the same pace no matter what car you've got. You've also got my company, Aston Martin. We've got a long heritage of GT3. But you can pick these cars up for, imagine, a lot less than the price of a V8 Supercar. They are faster than a V8 Supercar as well. They've got more aero, which makes them that much faster. In the right hands, obviously. If you look at Bathurst with the GT3 times versus the V8 Supercars, they're pretty much of a par, or about a second faster, I believe they are. And they are spectacular to watch as well. They sound awesome. And literally any team can go and buy one. So, you know, it's the obvious answer. There are lots of cars around, and they're every bit as fast and as spectacular as these things as well.
Okay, so basically, I can rock over to HSV tomorrow, buy myself a $90,000 GDS, whack a nice big aero kit on it, and go racing.
There or thereabouts, but you're better off buying a car from, you know, one of the established manufacturers, to be honest. But there's no reason why Holden couldn't build one. The only problem is they'd have the development costs as well to try and match this, because the GT3 car is something like your Audi R8, your Aston Martin Vantage, you know, those kind of cars, Porsche 911.
Camaro?
There is a GT3 Camaro as well, yes. An ugly looking thing, unfortunately, but there is
Steady
one.
on.
But, you know, it's at the end of the day, they need to do something, because you can't keep flogging a dead horse. V8 has obviously become irrelevant with the loss of Ford and Holden to manufacturing in Australia, and I think that's what should have been the wake-up call, because these cars are lovely and they're my favourite series by far, but they're no longer relevant to reality. That's the problem, isn't it?
Look, I think for me personally, they lost a lot of their impact when they bought in Nissan, Volvo and Mercedes, because it always was just Ford versus Holden.
Yes.
It was an Australian series in that respect. It was so Aussie, it was not funny. You couldn't get more Aussie even if you made it from Vegemite, so to speak.
Well,
and
yeah, the problem
back
is
when
they allowed the other manufacturers in, it shouldn't have been a V8 series. They should have gone for a whole set of new regulations, because look what's happened now. Volvo obviously now want to build cars that run on bloody grass or fresh air or something, so these big noisy fuel burning V8s are completely against their ethos. Nissan have just got no clue where it comes to the V8 Supercar. Unfortunately, the car is an abysmal disaster with the amount of money they've thrown at it. And that's not down to the Kelly team either, it's just down to a complete misunderstanding of what this car needs from Nismo Global. Mercedes was an abortion from the word go. Mercedes did not want to be involved.
Not being backed by Mercedes, it was never going to work.
No, I mean, they did not want to be involved. The local car importer turned them down as well and snubbed them. That was the dumbest idea ever. The only two V8 Supercars are the Falcon and the Commodore. That's what they should have stuck with, and then gradually phased that out into a whole new set of regulations. This Gen 2 rubbish, it's another abortion. The Gen 3 ones, they will never last as long as Gen 3. If they don't do something drastic by 2018, I would say, this series will be done. We'll be back to what happened in the mid-90s, wasn't it, when the Class 2 turn car regulations were all over the world and everybody was running them. Bathurst 1000 was run for 2 years to Class 2 regulations as well, and you know, they got lucky to be able to pull back, but now you've got no manufacturing base, you've got no relevance in reality, so we're stuffed. But on to the race, Troy. we got through that bit nicely.
I'll tell you what, Steve, isn't it good to be able to have a conversation like that, because it gives the viewers just an aspect of what goes on with the passion and the feeling behind the scenes.
Definitely, and we only wish that the actual V8 Supercars Championship officials would actually listen to their own fans once in a while, because it needs to be done, and fast.
Definitely does.
I mean,
we'll chat about this later on.
Definitely, we'll have plenty.
Let's get ready for some honky racing.
Here we go. So the last of the 20 cars are just lining up now. So we've got Brett Clark on pole position from Kai Turner in second, and I am looking forward to corner one to see what happens with this one.
It's on like Donkey Kong.
It is definitely on, so here we go. Lights are starting up now.
Kai Turner's missed the start.
Green. Kai's missed the start. Wayne has gone with Brett Clark off into the lead as well, though. Kai's getting swamped into there, so Brett Clark from Wayne in the second position into turn one. We're coming through now while he's holding off nicely. And Kai's managed to get back, keep third.
Is that Taylor? And yeah, it was on Burt Benjay too wide through two there.
And they kept it together as well, which is phenomenal to see. And there's Kai's already looking for a way past second position. And Brett's not making a clean break as he wanted as well. And I've just seen Gavin Cox down the inside as well. So it's going to be a bit of a handful. There's Brett Clark's pulling out a little bit of a lead. Now he's got a few car lengths over Wayne. Kai's anxious to get on with it, get round and take the fight to Clark, but he's a little bit on the back foot at this point. Van Jay from Scott Taylor, I believe it is, and Gavin Cox has come up nicely as well. Whereas the other of our championship protagonists, Dan Stevens, lost a few positions, down in 9th position at the moment, so a little bit unfortunate there for Dan. He's not looking as good as one. He's already in amongst the Vegemite cars who've made a fantastic start for up there, so he's behind Scott Bainsworth, his nemesis from a few rounds ago, so let's see what he can do here quickly.
I think Bainsworth was virtually everyone's nemesis last round for a few rounds.
I think so, but he's a damn good driver when he's on it as well, so Dan's got to be careful he doesn't get rounded up by the second of the Vegemite cars here behind him as well.
Oh, definitely. He's in a Vegemite sandwich, and that's as Australian as they come.
We've got Gavin Cox who made a beautiful start as well, and we haven't been able to say that all year. And he's got himself up to 6th position, 3.2 seconds off the lead, but it's a nice lap. Although he's got the very impressive Darrell Bennett shoved right under the rear wing of that Xbox.
There's a moment in the back here. We've had Bainsworth off.
Let's just get the replay of that one. And here we go, Dan Stevens down the inside of Bainsworth. And that's gonna be, oh my god, I need a change of underpants, Troy. I've just watched Bainsworth almost speared across the track and took Dan Stevens out. My god. That's one of the championship protagonists there. Dan had the move made and was taking no prisoners on the exit and shown him the exit. Oh no! No!
Oh, there's Stevens and Darrell Bennett!
Oh, come on! Oh, that is horrendously unlucky for Dan. That car does not look right. Get it on the track, Dan. Come on, pick it up. Oh, I feel so sorry for Dan. That is the last thing he needed. Oh, horrendous. That was so unfortunate there.
There's nothing anyone could do. No, there was no one at fault there. It's just Bennett's come unstuck and just unfortunately across
Just
in front of
watching the
Stevens.
replay now. So Daryl Bennett was back right up under the rear wing of the Xbox Falcon. He ran wide at turn 2, came back onto track. He's obviously got dirt on the tyres here. Dan, who was catching, was going wide again on turn 2. And he's just spun right across the front of Dan Stevens, and that is an absolute disaster for Dan.
Yeah, it looks like he suffered with some what they like call error understeer there, where he's
Down
following close.
19th position there as well. That's jeez. I feel so sorry for Dan there. It was all going so well. Yeah, you know, it's racing. It's a tough game, as they say.
That it is, mate. That it is.
Yeah, so we've got Brett Clark out in the lead, 1.7 seconds ahead of Wayne Dare. Kai Turner is dropping back a little bit. He's got Brett Van Jay right under the rear wing of that DSA Holden Commodore as well. And Bert is looking to make a move from the looks of things as well. So fantastic showing here by Bert. And I did say that I would expect him to be our next new winner as well. But he's bringing Scott Taylor along with him as well. So third, fourth and fifth, you can throw a Rizla paper between them. A fantastic outing here for Wayne Dare in his first proper race here in Queensland with us. Definitely shown some pace. He's got plenty of experience from Outlaws racing, obviously, so it's good to see him on track and get warmed up for the Enduros, and he's ahead of his teammate, isn't it, Troy?
Yeah, that is his teammate and co-driver. He'll be the co-driver for Kai here, trying to help him get up there in this championship. And if this is the kind of pace this guy's got, these two are going to be perfectly matched together.
Well, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see if Kai has to try a move at some point here. Obviously, they're not in the same team yet, so there's going to be no team orders and no quarter given, I would imagine. So hopefully they don't run into each other, or you'll have your hands full for the Enduros.
Look, if they run into each other, there'll be a meeting, and I do not want to be the chairperson. Hey, Steve, are you busy later on tonight? There's a touch?
Oh, yeah, I've had to smack some drivers down for a while, so...
It's all yours then.
It can get interesting to say the least, but... yeah, these three are just losing touch with Clark in front a little bit. They're now 2.2 seconds back. Interested to see if Brett's actually pushing his tyres. His best lap's a 106.8. Wayne's is a 107.79, 107.73 best lap from Kai, and Bert is a 107.114 best lap. Scott Taylor at 107.237. These boys have figured out they need to look after these tyres, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And just one thing there actually is a 707, not a 77, Steve.
What do you want about?
You're saying the best laps there for Wayne Dare and Kai Turner was a 107.79. It's actually a 107.079.
Oh, I've got a 107.79 on my time and screen.
You might want to check your vision then, Steve, because I'm looking at it now. It's a 107.0.
Yeah, I've got the feed straight from the game.
Wow, that's a major difference.
Yeah. Just, oh, you mean the last lap's a 107.182, 107.108 for Kai, 106.964 from Brett, so he's obviously calming it down and looking after those tyres.
Yeah, obviously Brett's realised that tyre deck's starting to get a little bit out of control there, and he still started to rein in a bit. And just as we say that, Wayne Dare's had a moment there out of 3 that's given Kai Turner the run.
Yeah, just getting that on the replay now. Oh yeah, he's just caught the inside curve on that one. I've never seen that happen before. We've got Pengelly off track as well, so something's obviously happened around the back end here.
Yeah, look, he's obviously just probably a little distracted, maybe a glimpse in the mirror, seeing how close everyone is getting there. But I tell you what, how good is this, Steve? We seem to be, every track, there seems to be a gaggle of cars where we can watch some good, clean, hard racing.
Definitely. I tell you what, I'm looking at 6th and 7th position where Gavin Cox is trying to make some time back up on Dan Ricard Pavel in front of him there. Pavel looks like he's got a little bit of oversteer in that car as well, so that'll be hurting the rear end of that car. So we'll see if Cox can make his way back up there. So Kai Turner has now been unleashed from that battle and is setting sail after Brett Clark. But they're setting pretty much exactly the same lap times on the last lap. 107.406 for Clark and 107.446.
Bert Van Jay putting a move on Wayne Dare.
Oh, that's a beautiful move as well.
Oh, well done. Top
That
driving
was a
there.
nice move there. Let's see if we get that one on the replay there. So he's just got a better exit out of that last corner. He comes down into the bracket area. He's just stuffed it down the inside. We thought about it twice, and Wayne left him plenty of room there as well. Good driving both drivers there. That facilitated the pass.
Yeah, well done there to Wayne, giving him some room.
So just looking back down the order, 19th and second last, Dan Stevens, 39 seconds off the lead. Last lap of 109.590, and he's on his own. So that's an absolute disaster for Dan. It's the worst possible scenario.
Oh, look, that's got to be soul destroying. Knowing that you're in such a tight battle for the championship, that anything that goes wrong could pretty much spell the end of your championship.
Well, we've got Dan on the radio, so just hang fire, everybody. We'll see if we can get him on the radio. Dan, Steve in the booth, you got me?
Yeah, mate, I got you.
Mate, I can't believe the luck that you're having. If you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck.
Oh, mate, what do you mean to do? You see a guy go off track and then you go sort of fully onto the right-hand side. I just had nowhere to go, mate.
I know. Ticket the car's holding damage at the minute.
Yeah, I thought if I go to the pits, I'm definitely going to fall way behind. So I thought, just handle it, mate. That's all.
Yeah, try and get yourself up a little bit. Best of luck with that. And really unfortunate, we caught it all on camera as well, so it was a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, no, I'll do my best.
No worries, hang in there, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah, so just had Dan there. He's a bit disappointed, to say the least, and a little bit upset as well when he's seen the guy go off track twice in front of him and then come back on, and there's not a lot he could do. So, you know, as we say, that's racing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it wasn't an unsafe re-entry. It was just the car came back on and it just lit up those rears, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah, he's just got to get his head down now and try and get as many points as he possibly can, minimise the damage. There's every chance, obviously, that something could happen to any of the other championship protagonists. Not that we wish it on any of them. Just moving to Gavin himself in 7th position, 14 seconds off the lead now. So he's dropped quite a bit back in the last few laps there, Troy. I'm not quite sure what the game plan is here, but he's not looking up for a win.
No, I think it's more consolidation. I think he knows that a steady bag of points is better than no points.
Yeah, totally. So up front, Clark is clearing off. He's 3.4 seconds ahead of Kai Turner now, and he's thrown down a lap. It was 0.3 faster on the last turn round. So, and Kai's got Bert Van Jay. Look at this, Troy. I'm sure you're not too happy about this one.
I'm not feeling any pressure yet. Watching the times here and watching Bert Van Jay, he's really throwing down some quick times. But I think he's gonna burn those tyres out way before Kai does.
And that's not something we could have said earlier in the season with Kai.
No, this is something we've worked long and hard on over the season, and we've had technical difficulties with not having enough data available to us, with track map not working for Kai, and we've got that working in the last fortnight. So now we can actually really monitor his tyre wear, and we can really maintain a good pace and a good tyre deck as well.
Troy, hang fire. I've just seen something happen that's not. It just popped up on the screen that Gavin Cox is off track.
Oh, he's back to 7th.
Looks like he's had a bit of a technical hitch on that car. Let's see what's happened here. So we've gone into turn 1. Ah, it was another green car as well, actually, so not to worry. Yeah, I seen what looked like another green Falcon parked off the side, but it's somebody else in a green Falcon, so...
It's strange because I've got Gavin sitting in 7th position on
no,
my
he's
time
fine.
screen.
That's what I mean, he's fine. It was another car that was green and looked exactly like his, so let's jump on board
Well,
with...
he was sitting 6th, wasn't he?
No, yeah, earlier on, I think Dan Ricard-Pavel passed him.
Okay.
So we're just in the cockpit now with Bert Van Jay, chasing down Kai Turner as well.
Yeah, mate, you're going well. Go. Tyre wear is starting to get an issue now, mate. We've seen a few boys say that their tyres are getting down there, Steve.
I would imagine we're, what, 12 out of 25 laps? You know what, I still think that a two-stop strategy here might actually be faster. I would just love to see somebody try it, and I mean, Dan, actually it's not going to work for Dan because he'll have quite a bit of damage to be fixed on the pit stop as well.
Yeah, I think that's definitely no chance for him.
Yeah, but if I was somebody like Wayne Dare's down in 7th now, so obviously something's happened with Wayne. See if we can get him on track. That car looks like a mare to drive at the minute. I've just seen him completely understeer off the final corner, almost onto the grass, so let's just watch him on this lap as well. If I was Wayne, I'd be the one thinking about a quick stop here. You know, you're halfway through the race now. You've got...
Yeah, it might be worth a stab.
It's definitely worth a stop because we know that a fresh set of tyres is worth 2 seconds a lap.
What's the transit time here, Steve? Do we know that?
I think it's a little bit longer than normal because the pit lane's quite long, but the entry is short. So I mean, you take off left at the final corner and you're in the pits. So it's should have checked that actually earlier to see what it is, but you know, it's worth a punt, especially if you're not in a in a title
Yeah,
fight.
it might be.
I mean, if you're up front first, second, third, you're not going to do it because there's not the risk versus reward.
Yeah, I think if you're Kai Turner, you don't risk it. You just sort of maybe bring that car home in second. That's a good bag of points and a good chunk out of the championship lead.
Just looking at that pit lane, that's going to be a pretty quick pit stop, to be honest. It's definitely worth it for somebody.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see someone take that move, that line.
It's got to be someone around, you know, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Take a punt, and just, you know, see where you pop out.
Did anyone get their crystal balls out and tell someone to do it?
I wish I had I had the ability to tell somebody to try it, but it'd definitely be worth it.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, it would be good. I mean, maybe you might see that in the next race, or maybe not. I mean, there might be a two-stopper. Because you're looking at about 190 litres, roughly thereabouts for fuel.
Yeah. Looks like it's been pretty much settled up front at the minute anyway. It's still 3.3 seconds between Turner and Clark. Bert Van Jay, you probably got it right there, Troy. Either his tyres are running out or he's just giving it a bit of a break for a few laps, but Kai looks like he's broken that challenge. 4th position, Scott Taylor, doing a sterling job with 10 seconds back. And then we've got Dan Ricard-Pavel, the first of the Vegemite racing cars, in 5th, doing an awesome job as well to keep it all together and chasing down 4th position. Gavin Cox, one of our championship protagonists, in 6th position, some 17 seconds back, and dropping back all the time as well. So he's obviously just out for points, which is good to see. But I think if he's going to overhaul Dave, he needs better than 6, because Dave's average points surely must be better than a 6th position.
Yeah, look, he's got to think about the championship as well for himself. I mean, he can't constantly think about someone else. I mean, Paul Gavin, he's been the bridesmaid a few times around, but yeah.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, he's got to get 1 or 2 more positions just to get some points back, I would feel. But it was a big ask anyway, but he's certainly not going to do it from 6th position. And then we've got Wayne Durr in 7th position from Outlaws Racing. Beautiful looking car there on track. He was running up in 2nd position, 2nd on the grid as well. I don't know what's happened, but he's dropped right down to 7th position now. Wayne Pengelly's made his way up to 8th position, so the boy's racing better than he qualified. And he's got Scott Bainsworth for close company in 9th position. Scott, he had that pant change moment on lap 2, almost took out Dan Stevens as well, so he's managed to get himself back up again with some good driving and good moves as well, and he's now right under the rear wing of the ASR car. In 10th position we've got Colin Bruns, the 2nd of the ASR Holden Commodores, and trying to keep him brief, watching brief on his team. Oh, and they've hit each other, have they, in front? Just watch this replay, Troy.
Oh, Darryl Bennett's had a massive rollover too.
Yeah, he's had a couple of incidents. Obviously, that's the one that was involved with Dan Stevens. So just looking at Scott Bainsworth going for the overtake move on Pengelly, and he just outbraked himself and took both of them out there. And I imagine that'll be coming to the Dan Stevens is off track. We've got seems to be a lot of issues at the moment, Troy. Gavin Cox off track.
Yeah, we get to the back end of the race, Steve, where the tyres have just said, you know what, I've had enough.
I think there's been some major incidents going on further back. Dan Stevens got himself up to 16th now. Colin Bruns has dropped down to 17th, whatever happened to Colin.
There's some interesting racing back here between Bainsworth and Pengelly. He's just put a move on him and made the pass, so Pengelly seemed to make it look relatively easy passing Bainsworth there.
Don't know what's happening, getting a lot of off-track messages, but the only one that seems to have lost much is Colin Bruns, down to 17th. Darren Goosey is having a bit of a nerve around in 18th position. Troy, what's up with Darren?
Mate, he's had a few people decide that his rear bumper, as per normal, looks a bit better on their front bumper.
Oh, not the greatest, to be honest there. So Dan's made himself back up to, well, 16th position, which is not quite where it needs to be, but it is what it is. Just looking at Kai Turner's put on a squirt. He's taken a 2nd out of that lead, and he's taken another 10th out of that lead on this lap as well, so it's down to 2.3 seconds. So with 6 laps to go, he's obviously decided it's time to get going.
Yeah, well, I did say with 5 to go, put a squirt on, but obviously he thinks he's got enough tyres to get it to the end from here.
Well, the nut holding the wheel is the only one that knows what's going on.
Yeah, I was saying 5 laps, give me everything you got after that, but obviously if decided for 7 out, he's going to have a crack, so this could be another grandstand finish at the end here between Turner and Clark.
Just from the looks of it, Pengelly and Bainsworth are swapping positions left, right and centre at the moment. So there's an awesome battle going on between these two. And that's bringing along Norman Clark as well, who's set sail towards the top 10. He's in the top 10 now. And there's Bainsworth looking to make another move as well. This scrap is going for some, isn't it? And Pengelly made a mistake on the exit there as well, but he's covering the inside into the brake, and Bainsworth's trying to go around the outside into this turn. That's never going to work unless Pengelly outbrakes himself. And
he's going for the over-under.
And they're side by side again into the next series of corners, but Pengelly's got the inside for the next one. This is an awesome scrap. And here we go, Pengelly's down the inside as well, runs wide, lets Bainsworth up the inside again. And if Pengelly holds out on the outside there, and they've crashed into each other and straightened each other up again, and they're going. Norman Clark must be looking through his visor going, what the hell do I need to do? And he's just passed both of them up the middle. Oh, Bainsworth's outbreaking himself again. I'll tell you what, Pengelly and Bainsworth look like they've got an elastic band between their cars. Good driving from both of them there as well. They had a bit of an incident. Scott waited up to let Wayne gather it back up again, and now they're back on it again. Norman Clark's been the real beneficiary out of that one. He's got himself through and away. But Pengelly fancies this one. I'll tell you what, I don't know
Bainsworth sliding the car there.
Look at this. He's the same move as the last lap. Down the outside, Pengelly down the inside. On the brakes, into this turn. Pengelly ran wide last time. Is he going to do it again? He's done the same thing again. He's ran wide, but they're side by side. They're bumping off each other. And exactly the same as the lap before. It looks like a replay. Pengelly's down the inside. Bainsworth moves to cover. Ooh.
Yeah, good driving there from Bainsworth.
I'll tell you what he did. Pengelly's down the inside again. No, we're going again.
Round 3, fight!
Bit of driving there from both, and that was awesome. But I don't think Pengelly's finished yet with Bainsworth, is he?
Definitely not. Oh, just runs it wide. Oh.
Tell you what, we'll come back to that in a minute. But the heart in the DSA team managers' place must be going, because 1.3 seconds back now is Kai Turner from Brett Clark. Brett Clark has had a load of traffic to get through, and as we've always said, when you're the first one to hit the traffic, you're the one that's disadvantaged because you wake them up. And here comes Kai Turner now as well. He's got the Oranga car between them, which is unfortunate. He's going to catch it in turn 1. Roger moves out of the way. Good driving there as well.
Yeah, great work there from Roger.
1.29 seconds is the gap now to Brett Clark. We've got 3 laps remaining. That's 3 laps.
Oh, this is another one of those grandstand finishes. We saw it in race 1 at Townsville, only for it to end in tears for Turner. Let's see, can it happen in reverse?
Let's see how we go here. So he's back to 1.2, a drop pulled out to 1.4 there with the overtake of the Oranga Racing car. And Clark has caught a back marker in a horrible place. He's going to be jammed right under through this series of corners. This is Kai's chance to make the difference. Is he going to get it before the end of the turn? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he's going to be spitting flames in that helmet. Gets him on the exit there. Mark Turner just moves out of the way. Kai Turner's coming through now as well. 1.7, no, 0.9 seconds. Kai's still not past the back marker, unfortunately. Oversteer there from the Brett Clark Nissan. Kai's lost a lot of time through turn 1 there and 2. He's still not past the back marker. That's going to cost him.
He's gone now. He's through now.
Two laps to go at the conclusion of this lap. It's now or never. He's got to throw it at him.
He's really pushing it there. You can see he's not going to leave anything on the track. He's going to bring this car home in one piece, or hopefully in first place too.
Well, as I always say, come back with the steering wheel or the win. Not bothered which one, at least I know you've tried.
Look, I just wanted to bring this car home. After Townsville, we took a bit of a hit in the championship there, but I think this needs to be a consolidating round. And I think bringing the car home in second place is, and with everyone having the round they've had, it's going to be a very good win.
We are on the last lap, and Clark has pulled out another gap. He's 1.5 seconds to the good now as well, so unless he makes a mistake, I think this one could be over.
I think he's pretty much got it home and hosed.
He's only 0.185 off his fastest first sector on this lap, so he's really giving it the beans on this final lap.
Oh, and he's gone wide there.
Yeah, he's 0.6 seconds off his best sector in the second sector. Kai's that little bit far back, unfortunately, to it. Brett's going to see some traffic, but he's not going to catch it before the end of this one. A little bit clumsy through the last corner there for Brett. And he's across the line to take the win. Congratulations, Brett Clark from Kai Turner. And third position at the moment is Bert Van Jay, and he's crossed the line to take that third position. And there you have our podium.
Yeah, look, it's a top drive there from Kai, top drive from Brett. Both these guys to keep the tyres on the cars the way they have.
Dan Stevens finished down in 16th position there, so bit of a disaster unfortunately for Dan.
Sixteenth, I've got him showing here as 17th.
On the timing portal we've got him as 16th, so we'll take that one and see.
Yep, I've just got him bumped up to 16th now.
There we go, so we got the results of race 1. So Brett Clark with the win from Kai Turner second, Bert Van Jay takes his first podium, third position, Scott Taylor fourth, Dan Ricard Pavel fifth, Gavin Cox sixth, Wayne Dare down in seventh, Norman Clark eighth, taking advantage of the awesome scrap between Bainsworth and Pengelly, who finished 9th and 10th. Matthew Mitz did well to come up to 11th. 12th, Nick Winkler, Roger Clark 13th, Chris McCall 14th, Colin Bruns, not sure what happened to Colin, he was running right behind his teammate, down in 15th. And the terribly unlucky Dan Stevens in 16th position, Trevor Dixon 17th, Darren Goosey 18th, Mark Turner 19th, and Darryl Bennett 20th. So there we have the results from race 1. So let's see if we can get the drivers down from for the post-race interview.
Brett moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve. Bert Van Jay moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve. Kai moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the post-race interview for race 1. So alongside we've got our race winner, Brett Clark, second position, Kai Turner, and third position, Bert Van Jay. Congratulations to all of you. We just come to you first, Bert, your first podium with Racing Leagues. Congratulations. How was the race for you?
I think you might have gone away for a minute, Steve.
Okay, no worries. So we come to Kai Turner in second position. Kai, well done. You started to close down the gap at the end there, but you got jumped off the start by Wayne Dare, which ultimately I think cost you a shot at Brett. But well done, good points. How was it for you?
Yeah, you're spot on there, mate. That start probably killed me in the end, but I could have went harder a bit earlier, but I seemed to keep it on the road there for a bit and tried to come home strong in the end, but not enough laps. Well done, Brett.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, congratulations, Brett. Another victory, another pole position. Starting to make it look easy. Is it how it looks?
No, not at all. That wasn't easy. I think I pushed when I saw Wayne got ahead of Kai. I thought, let me try and build a bit of a gap, and I think I pushed the tires too hard at the beginning, and so that kind of showed once Kai got past Wayne, he was catching me at a good few tenths a lap. So I think another 3 or 4 laps, I think he would have had me, or at least been battling. So, but I just wanted to give a big shout out to Kai and Bert. Their pace is phenomenal. Bert's come in and I've helped him with a setup kind of thing, and he's just found pace hand over fist. And then Kai, I mean, speaks for himself. He's absolutely incredible on the speed.
Thanks, mate.
Well
Thanks,
done.
man.
And Bert, you're in the post-race interviews. Congratulations on your first podium with Racing Leagues. How did you find that race?
Yeah, it was tough, very, very tough. I was kind of in shock when I did the top 10 shootout. I was so scared of making a mistake. So fourth for me there. But other than that, the tires lasted quite well. I had like 11% left on the front left. But yeah, everything went well. I was quite happy.
Excellent, well done. So everybody, 70 laps coming up, both cars available. I know nobody's going to tell me, but we suspect it might be more than a one-stop race with that distance. How are the cars lasting, and how's the fuel burn?
Fuel burns okay, I think. It's not too bad. It's about 2.8 litres a lap. I don't know, tyres is difficult to say. I think you could run a steady stint of 30 laps on the softs if you're careful. And I assume if the softs can do 30, the hards can do 40. It's my guess.
Yeah, definitely. If you
It's whether
run
you,
your own pace, you should be able to get 30, 35 laps out of the softs.
yeah, I think it's more whether you can get 40 laps out of hards on one tank of fuel. That might be the question.
Limiting factor there. All right, everybody,
Yeah.
congratulations and best of luck for race 2. We'll let you get back to it, and hopefully we get to speak to you all following race 2.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Bert Van Jay moved to V8 Supercars by Steve. Brett moved to V8 Supercars by Steve. Kai moved to V8 Supercars by Steve.
Race 1 out of the way, Troy. Gargantuan 70 laps for race 2, which is really going to ask questions of the drivers around here. It's going to be an absolute handful, isn't it, to say the least? But I want to try and get our steward, and I don't know if you've got him on the comms, but I'll bring him in. I just want to ask him a couple of questions to see what he thought. There's a few instances in there, especially what happened with Dan. See if there's any thoughts on penalties or action to be taken further to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Steve, no, he still has not added me to the comms. Oh, sorry, no, he has, but I can't hear your questions to him.
Okay, let me just sort that out now for you. Bruce, Steve in the booth, you got me?
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Bruce. Obviously a couple of questions around race 1, especially with what happened with one of our championship contenders there, Dan Stevens. I'm not sure if you've had a look at it yet, but what was your feeling on that?
Well, Daryl Bennett had slightly ran wide, coming out of, I think, what was it, turn 2? The car just rotated across the track. Unfortunately, Dan was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But it is on the list for the stewards to look at if they so wish to. But it was just a racing incident by the looks of it. There was no malice involved by the looks of it on Darrell's behalf anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. If you're watching the Pengelly and Bainsworth battle as well, there was some awesome racing going on there. Anything to be concerned with?
There was a little bit. There was a few occasions I was watching the number 90 car, and he was just literally locking the car up and slamming it into the side of the 222 Commodore. So I did actually issue him an unsportsmanlike behaviour warning during that race.
Okay, fair enough. We'll let you get back to it for race 2. Thanks for your input, as always.
No problem.
Okay, guys, we've got, 3 minutes? We'll be back in a second. And we are back, and just in time for race 2. So just to remind everybody what we've got coming up. So we're on to race 2, 70 laps, reverse grid of the results of race 1. So Brett Clark and Kai Turner will be starting way down the back for this one, going to make their way through all of the traffic. And there is a compulsory stop. You can only make your compulsory stop between lap 5 and lap 69. If you make a pit stop outside of that pit window, it won't count towards your actual compulsory pit stop, and you must use both tire compounds in this race. So start on the softs or the hards, whichever you fancy, and go from there. So it's going to be interesting. Troy, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it is, Steve. And just on a note to that, it's 20 laps minimum on the softs. Now, earlier on in the broadcast, you did say about the second stop strategy, which now we will refer to as the Craig Lowndes strategy. During that warm-up session, I did a trial of that to get some transit times with Kai, and it's 31 seconds to a full transit with stop of the pit lane here.
So on average, we reckon 2 seconds a lap faster. That will take you 7 or 8 laps to get back up to where you were. But you will probably have destroyed the tyres by then.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're looking at about a 5 to 10% wear rate at running at that pace. So a two-stop strategy is not really viable here.
Might be if you did hard, soft. Is that variable to throw in? But I don't think.
Ooh! Now you've really thrown us a cat amongst the pigeons.
See, I think the wear rate on the hards is nowhere near the softs, and if the pace is within a second of your soft tire pace, which is what it looks like roughly, there's always that option, but you've got to be in the midfield to risk it though, haven't you? If you're out front, you're not going to, but having said that, our front runners are coming from the back, aren't they?
Well, see, Steve, I think maybe if you're Dan Stevens, you could probably risk it.
You could do, yeah. Well, no, Dan's going to be starting right up front on this race. You got to remember that. In fact, Dan finished 16th, so he's going to be in the top 4, isn't he, for the start?
Yeah, he will be starting top 4. That's why I think, realistically, what's Dan got to lose this weekend now with that unfortunate abysmal showing in race 1?
Well, when he's starting up front, he's got the opportunity to go nuts and get right out front. So, let's see. Oh, and I've just had a message through from ASR team management that Colin Bruns, the reason he was down so far is they tried that strategy, but they left it too late in race 1.
Right.
I reckon if they'd have done that earlier, that would have paid off handsomely, especially where Colin was.
Yeah, look, probably could have. I think that is definitely the key. It's not leaving it too late, making sure you've got yourself enough time to take advantage of the tyre life that you've got.
Well, if you're going to make it work, you need to go out, annihilate the tyre in the first, what would you call it? Losing the will to live sometimes in your first stint. That's the one. Thanks, Troy. I knew I kept you around for some reason. So you've really got to go qualifying lap after lap. Stint 1, stint 2, a little bit of that as well, and then the middle of the second stint maybe ease it off a little bit. Then the third one, drop onto the softs and just nail it to the end.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. I think it's got to be first stint, maybe a 10 or even a 7-lap stint of qualifying pace on the softs is all you're going to get out of them before they're pretty much cactus, and then maybe a mediocre hot pace on the second stint, and then just a steady pace on the hards for the last.
Yeah, that's if you're going soft, hard, but I would tend to go hard, and then a very, very short stint on the softs at the end and just annihilate it all through.
Yeah, but I think realistically you're only going to get 7 laps, and I don't think 7 laps is enough to get any advantage out of it.
But remember, by the time you're going to run those 7 laps on the softs at the end, everybody else will have nothing left on the car. You're the only one with any grip, so you probably don't need to run outright qualifying laps, but you know, somebody needs to think outside the box and pick this up.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see, but I think what you also got to remember is we've got Brett Clark out there, the tyre conservation king, so yeah, it'll be interesting.
He's not going to be able to conserve it too much in this one, because he's got to try and get through this traffic pretty sharpish. I mean, ideally, if you want to win this race, he needs to be in the top 10 by second or third lap, realistically speaking, wouldn't you think?
Oh, hell no, Steve. Hell no. I'm sorry, I'm disagreeing strongly there. It's a 70-lap race. We've got 70 laps to get up there, so I don't think you need to push it as hard as that.
I disagree with that one, Troy. I think you need to get it up and get into the top 10 early, because the cars in front that will be in front of you at that point will be fast enough, and the tyre life will be about the same, so it's going to be harder to come by positions the longer you run, if you know what I mean.
Hallelujah, finally we disagree about something.
What, us two disagree? Never.
It's only been coming all season.
I don't know, I've got, what, 6, 7 championships under myself as a team owner, so maybe you'd listen once.
Oh, yeah, just name that one, eh?
Well, you know, they're not sitting on the mantelpiece for nothing.
Yes, okay. And this is my first season as team manager, and I think I'm doing all right. Have a drive for contending the championship.
You're doing pretty well, mate.
Mate, this is great fun. You can't ask for a better pastime than this, mate. I'm telling you that now.
I know. You're learning from the best as well.
Oh, give yourself a rap, mate. It's a bit windy outside. Don't go out there. There's tickets to blow off.
Right, so the grid looks like this. Darrell Bennett from Mark Turner, Darren Goosey 3rd, Trevor Dixon 4th, Dan Stevens 5th, Colin Bruns 6th, Chris McCall 7th, Roger Clark 8th, Nick Winkler 9th, Matthew Mitz 10th, Wayne Pengelly 11th, Scott Bainsworth 12th, Norman Clark 13th, Wayne Dare 14th, Gavin Cox 15th, Dan Ricard Pavel 16th, Scott Taylor 17th, Bert Van Jay 18th, Kai Turner 19th, and Brett Clark 20th. So it's going to be on. And we've got some quick cars up front as well. We've got Darrell Bennett, who, without those mistakes, was running very well. He was catching and looking to pass Gavin Cox at the time, who finished 6th, I believe. We've got Dan Stevens, who was quicker than both of them, in 5th position. And we've got Pengelly and Bainsworth down there as well, who are pretty quick. And Colin Bruns, of course, as well, who was looking good apart from that late pit stop. So it's a bit of an unusual top 10 of the grid, whereas we've normally got, with respect, the slower drivers. But this time we've got a few ringers in there, we could call it, Troy.
Look, there's a couple of newcomers here, but look, okay, I'm going to ask a question here now. McIntosh is agreeing with you, Steve. How much did you pay him?
Not a thing, mate. I'm telling you. There's a strategy out there to win this that's different from what everybody else is doing. Somebody needs to be thinking outside the box, but let's see.
Just give me a second, Steve. I'm going to try something here.
Oh dear. I'm terrified now. It's a little bit of a long hold here. 10 seconds, 9. About to set off on the warm-up lap. There we go, they set off out of the warm-up lap around to the grid, get the tyres warmed up, get some temperature in those brakes as well. Fantastic sight to see 20 cars around this track as well, Troy, isn't it?
It is, Steve. Now, for the benefit of the show, we have Darren Goosey taking your hard, soft strategy.
Okay. I meant it needed to be someone down the back, but let's go with Darren then.
Well, realistically, what have we got to lose, Steve? He's going to be up there. This could keep him up there.
Now make sure he stands on it. You gotta drive the
I've
life.
told him, push
you
it.
gotta drive the life.
That's what I said to him. I said, stand on them. Don't be afraid to use them. Don't be afraid to burn them up. You're going to double stint the hards and then come home on softs.
Right, let's see. Good call.
All right, Macintosh, you've heard it. We're going with that.
Now hopefully he doesn't get wiped out at the first corner like it's happened too many times this year.
Oh, please don't, Steve. Please don't. Everyone's here is talking about fuel conservation, Steve, for this formation lap.
Well, Darren doesn't have to worry about that.
No.
Hey, how fantastic would it be if Darren pulled out a win out of this one? You would have to eat your hat.
Give me a second.
I think it'd be the same as Leicester winning the Premier League over here.
Well, talking about that, how is Leicester City's form? Wouldn't you love to have a piece on it?
I think the thing with Leicester is what nobody noticed was they were the form team for the last 10 games of last year. When they avoided relegation, they had to win every single thing, and they've just continued that through. So let's see, Darren, do a Leicester. So we're getting formed up nicely now on the grid. Darrell Bennett in pole position for Mark Turner in second, and here come the lights, Troy. We're getting ready to roll.
Just noticing, Darren, Steve, I think we've got Brett Clark running the hards to start. And there's been a massive incident with him and Bert Van
start
Jay.
there from Darrell Bennett as well. Darren's got overtaken already off the start. Oh, and he's out wide.
Scott Taylor's off track. There's a massive moment up front with Pengelly and... Ooh, who is that?
Yeah, it's
Trevor Dixon.
Quite a bit of issues back down through there. I think we're under yellow, are we? Yep, we're under yellow. What happened? Goosey's in 19th.
You put the mocker on him, Steve. He got tagged.
Oh.
I want to restart because this is just throwing my strategy out the window.
Yeah, just watching this replay now. We're on board with Darren. Yep, he got poofed out onto the inside. Ah. Are we on a restart, are we, or is it just yellow flag, yellow flag?
Just the yellows.
Ah.
But in saying that, we've had Kai Turner go from 19th to 7th.
I know, I've just seen that. Where's Brett Clark, 14th and 15th there?
Yeah, he's down the back end. Here they're coming together off the start with Bert Van Jay.
Oh dear. Was it a big coming together? I can't seem to pick that one up on the replay.
Oh, look, it was just a sort of a bit of a tap here, tap there, and low speed, so nothing too much would have happened upon it.
Oh wait, I think I've got it on the... No, I haven't got it on replay. Never mind. So, Darrell Bennett is leading the field round behind the pace car. Mark Turner in second. Dan Stevens, who's one of the biggest winners out of us, up into third position. He will be looking to make short work of Turner and Bennett and get through into the lead as soon as possible. Colin Bruns is up to fourth. Scott Bainsworth has made an awesome start from, I think it was 12th and 13th, up into fifth. Roger Clark 6th. Kai Turner made the most positions up in 7th. Dan Ricard Pavel 8th. Nick Winkler 9th. Chris McCall, Matthew Nitz 11th. Wayne Dare 12th, Norman Clark 13th, Brett Clarkson 14th, Bert Van Jay 15th, Gavin Cox 16th, Trevor Dixon 17th from 3rd on the grid, I believe, Wayne Pengelly 18th, the unlucky Darren Goosey 19th, and Scott Taylor has made nothing up and is in fact lost a few, is down in 20th position as well. So
Yeah, he had a moment as well. I think he was mixed up in a lot of that as well, Steve.
is Goosey's car okay? Because if it's not, he should be in the pits.
Mate, he's seeing from what he's telling me there, he doesn't seem to have any damage there. But
Tyre
you say Dan
percentage?
Stevens was a big. Yeah, it's down a bit. But you're saying the big winner.
You got a free pit behind the safety car. He's in 19th. He's only going to come out 20th. Get him in.
Yeah, but then it throws our fuel load out.
Don't put any fuel in it. He'll be, and if he goes now, he'll be, tyres will be warm, brakes will be warm because it'll go green on the next lap, I would imagine. Oh well, bit of a missed opportunity there, I think.
Hang on.
Gavin Cox is in 19th. What's happened there?
Yeah, no, we just had a look at it, Stephen. He's only lost 2% from that spin, so not really worth worrying about yet.
Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. He's in 16th. Gavin Cox seems to have lost a load of positions on this lap for some reason. He's down.
Wow, but just back to the big winners out of that moment. Dan Stevens made one position from 4th to 3rd, but realistically, Kai Turner from 19th to 7th, he's the massive winner.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, this championship is come alive.
Certainly has. So no indication yet
Well, I'll
that
tell you
this
what,
is the final lap. I think we might have another lap under safety car.
Tell you what, Steve, it is going off on the team radios at the moment.
I will bet it will. That was a bit of a meaty start, shall we say.
Oh yeah, it was eventful, and we were only saying last race how clean everyone's been.
Do we know what happened?
I think it was cold tyres, cold brakes, cold brains.
Ah, that old chestnut again, yeah. Not behind the wheel was loose.
Yeah, that old chestnut.
So we just got them making their way around. I think there'll be another lap under safety car for the looks of this as well. Tell you what, this is one thing we don't want.
So what's that, 2 laps so far?
Yeah, 2 laps. This is one thing we don't want happening at Sandown.
Oh no.
Imagine the sense of humour failure if you're set for a 500k race and all hell breaks loose on the first lap. There'll be some interesting comments, I would say.
Look, I think my funny bone will run out after about the 100 lap mark.
Probably. 161 laps of the Sandown circuit to go.
Steve,
yeah.
Breaking news there on the Gavin Cox. What happened to him? Now, Goosey was just saying there on Team Trap that he had to come together with him. The traffic in front just stopped, and then Gavin was just an innocent bystander and I think collected Goosey, or Goosey collected him.
Not good. Surprised he wasn't able to retake his position, but I suppose the line had been crossed already. So we're on the final lap of the safety car, so the Corvette pace car will pull off at the conclusion of this lap. It's been a very slow pace car speed as well, so brake temperatures are going to be dropping, tyre temperatures are going to be dropping, and as you said, brain temperatures are going to be dropping.
Yeah, definitely. I think what they need to do is, what I like to do in this situation is I'll drive riding the brake. So basically, probably down that straight, I'll probably be sitting on 3/4 throttle and probably half brake pressure, and just pushing my temperatures and feeling the car.
Yeah, Macintosh, you can just rewind on YouTube if you need to see a start or anything again. You should be able to see DVRs enabled on it. So here we go. A little bit of inexperience front 2 for going under the safety car. So let's see what happens with this one. They should really be backing it down a lot more anytime now, but it looks like they are actually, yeah. I must
now
say
the restart's going to be interesting.
Just while we have it, I must say that Matthew Mitt's car looks pretty awesome, that Falcon as well. It's just in front of the Wayne Durst on screen now. So
Let me go and have a look at this car.
Darrell is just backing the field up a little bit now as well, so that safety car will drop off to the left right now, which allows Darrell to try and get the jump as well. He's pulled a little bit of a gap already. Is he going to go? He should go. Oh, I'd have went already by now if I'd have been him. He's let them all catch back up to me. A good start. That was a bit. The 3 or 4 wide behind as well. Dan Stevens is trying to make. Oh,
there he is. Well done. No, that's very smart.
Dan Stevens went to the inside here into turn 1. A little bit of a brake lock up there as well, so let's keep an eye on Kai Turner as well. Kai Turner's down to 8th. Something's happened there in the background.
Yeah, he was pushed wide.
And here we go. Dan Stevens is trying to get through here, but there's no way through because the cars are blocking the track left and right. He needs to be very careful here. He doesn't get unloaded into this turn. Bainsworth's up the back as well, going down inside. Oh, Dan's lost a load.
I think that's Clement Bainworth's favourite move.
No, oh no, Dan's kept it up the inside as well into this corner, unless Bainsworth pulls across on him. Should be able to hold this position. Bainsworth pulled across, nearly chopped the nose off and got tagged, and all hell has broke loose again. Seriously, lads.
Cold tiles, cold brains.
I mean, come on, that was... Obviously that was going to happen. A little bit ridiculous there. As we said, if Dan hadn't got bad luck, he'd have no luck at all.
You know what? That's probably the best way for Dan to look at it.
Okay,
maybe he leaves that Lucky Charms insignia on his car, not yours, Steve.
I think so. We've got a pit stop for Chris McCall already. That's a bit early, unless it's a penalty. Scott Taylor's in as well. Suppose this is lap 5 though, so this counts as your compulsory pit stop if you so wished.
Well, yeah, it does.
That's very.
We've got
very
Gavin Cox back in 20th.
No, I suppose the only consolation for Dan is that Gavin's having an even worse race in this one. I'd love to know what's happened to him, but unfortunately we can't seem to pick up anything. And that he's up to 18th now. Well, obviously just past the cars that are static in the pits.
I think we can safely say that now rules out Gavin making a challenge for the championship again this year.
Yes, I think that's sewn up for Kinnaman, who'll be watching this with very happy that he's, well, not happy for his teammate obviously, but he'll be very happy that the whole thing has been settled. So just watching Stevens now, he's got 2 cars battling side by side in front of him. There's no way through. Oh, one of them's wide. Really got to keep his foot in it here and hope for the best. He's just got oversteer for the car in front as well. This looks familiar from the last race.
I don't know if I want to watch. Well, maybe I do.
Morbid fascination, I believe, is what you're thinking of. So Dan's trying to get a tighter
line.
Well,
no, I'm looking at the benefits of my team championship here.
We've got Turner and Bennett going at it again. Nothing happening yet. Dan's trying to get the inside of Turner there. He had to move quite late as well. It was not working out for him. Colin Bruns is coming with Dan as well. So they're setting sail to the front. Kai Turner is stuck behind the Nick Winkler Mercedes still. Hasn't been able to get around it. Whereas Brett Clark is up to 8th and Bert Van Jay is alongside him in 9th. So both of them are making good headway. Stevens just cannot get through here. The track is just blocked. You say this, Troy. You just cannot get past side by side all the way down here. And Turner looks like
it's good racing from the other two.
Oh, Bennett pulled across there into the braking area. I would say Dan's very nervous being around the Volvo again, considering what happened in the first race. Either through no fault of Darrell's, obviously, but you know, is he going to run down the inside? Don't. If Bennett moves across, he's stuffed. And
no, I think he's going to make this one stick.
Got the overlap and he's through. And Colin Bruns is coming with him as well.
I was about to say, looks like Bruns is going with him.
Yeah, Bruns has gone around the outside there as well. He's trying to make it in. So Stevens is raging up on the race leader at the moment, who's got back marker in front of him as well. A bit early for that. And
this could be ugly.
Turner makes the move as well and brings Stevens alongside him as well. Stevens is following very closely into the last corner now as well. Hopefully trying to make a move as soon as possible, but these two have proven to be a bit of a handful to say the least.
Yeah, look, we thought, inexperienced at the front there, but they've shown some good racing.
Yeah, here we go. Stevens is lining up for a move into turn 3, I would imagine. So follow tightly through turn 1, keep on the back of it through turn 2 as well. Keep the pressure up, then move to the right as soon as possible. So let's see if he's going to go for it. He's got a little bit of oversteer coming out of there as well. Oh, they almost touched. And yes, he's got the shallower line through there as well.
Down the inside.
Down the inside. This is for the lead. He's just got to keep it clean through there. He does. Turner drives himself off track a little bit there as well. Dan Stevens to the race lead. Something Gavin Cox will not be wanting to see, and neither will Dave Kinnaman at this point when he's watching. So Stevens off to the lead as well. Let's watch. Kai Turner's got Colin Bruns right in front of him as well, and Colin's one hell of a driver when he wants to be. It's just he doesn't seem to get up on the wheel as often as he should do. But Kai's going to have a job to get past this one.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Oh. Where's Brett Clark? 15th?
Yeah, he's right down the order. Right down the order.
Wonder what's happened there.
And dropping down to 16th. He must be in the pits.
And Brett Clark just he spun behind Bainsworth. Oh, and he damaged the front of the car.
Oh dear.
And we're under yellow flag again. I wonder what that's for.
Oh, and he seems to be quite aggressively hitting Bainsworth there.
Just watching the replay. Oh, all hell broke loose following that accident.
Last.
Just watching the replay now as Bainsworth comes back past Clark. Just trying to see what happens, and Darren Goosey just, I mean, he can't catch a grip. He has a race winning strategy underneath him and he's getting knocked off everywhere.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Just watching now to see if we can see what's happened with Clark and Bainsworth. Did Clark hit him again under safety car?
He definitely gave him thanks for coming in the rear.
Try. You need to think about what you say sometimes. Woo! Anyway, back to reality. I would bother the stewards right now, but instead I'm going to bother Dan Stevens, so hang fire. Dan, Steve in the booth, you got me?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Got yourself in the lead, well done. Any damage from that earlier incident?
Nah, nothing this time, mate. She's 100% good.
Good stuff. It's the shoe's falling on the other side for Gavin, and obviously he's well down the back at the minute, so setting to right what happened in race 1.
Yeah, don't know what happened there. I think the old situation, the old accordion a trick, mate. It all Constantined up and he got hit, and then he had to drop back. He got told he had to drop back a few spots after that.
Yeah, and Brett Clark's just had a huge incident and probably wrecked the front of his car fighting with Bainsworth as well, which has taken him out of contention as well. So you've only really got Kai Turner back in 5th to watch out for, and the new guy Bert Van Jay. But apart from that, it looks like if you get a nice clean run home, you should be looking good here.
Yeah. I saw Kurt coming up real quick, so he's the guy I'll be racing tonight. Fingers crossed, eh?
Good luck, mate. You need it.
Yeah, it'll be my first.
Talk to you later.
Okay, mate. Catch you later.
Yes, there we just heard from Dan. I know you don't have the feed there, Troy, but he's quite comfortable out front. No damage from the earlier incident. Car's feeling good, and he's looking forward to getting on with it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I don't know, Steve. We've got a slight problem here on the feed. I've gone onto the YouTube and I can't seem to find our live feed there.
It's telling me it's still live, so not sure.
I'm not seeing any video listings at all.
Let me send you the link. Macintosh, you still got the feed all right there? just sent it to you on Facebook there, Troy.
Thanks, Mark.
Looks like there's a bit of a buffering issue going on.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, not quite sure what's happening here. Yeah, apologies viewers, we're having, looks like a bit of technical difficulty on the YouTube side. Yeah, it looks like there might be an internet problem on my side, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's something going on tonight.
Yeah, I think it's an internet issue on my side from what I can see.
I think we're going to have to full tank both times. Full tanks on both loads. I think that's what it's going to be. It has to be the call, Steve, with these extra safety cars.
Yeah, definitely. It's the last lap of the safety car as well. Yeah, unfortunately, definitely looks like an internet issue on my end, and I can't restart the rig or anything, or we lose the recording. So, damn it.
Yes, that is the unfortunate thing. Yeah,
Okay,
because
so-
it's not doing anything.
Yeah. Dan Stevens is through to the lead and has got a large gap already of half a second over second position. Although second's coming back, and then Kai Turner is trying to get... Oh, in second position has run off the road behind Dan, so Darryl Bennett up into second, Colin Bruns up into third, Kai Turner up into fourth. Just checking now, Troy, Brett Clark is in 16th position, but he's made a pit stop already, so he could conceivably try and run this to the end, couldn't he?
In theory, yes. Practice, I don't think so. I don't think he'll have enough time to do that.
I suppose it's up to 77 laps. We're only got 13 down at the minute, so Dan Stevens making a few mistakes on this lap as well. I'm wondering if it's just cold tyres.
Yeah, it could be. The balance of the car is probably not exactly where he's used to it being, but in saying that, how can you be used to the balance of the car? We haven't really had a good green stint yet.
It's been a bit of a disaster, this one so far.
And Turner to the third now, Steve.
Yeah, he's cleaned up Colin Bruns on that last corner there as well. He's setting after Bennett. He's 3.7 seconds back as well. Just looking down, let's take a quick look at Clark and see if there's any... That was that car, he's behind Cox and these two. I'd hesitate to say they do not like each other, but they've got a lot of history and it's not good.
There is history between the two of them, and we all know that Brett is very, very ruthless with his overtaking.
Gavin's ran off the track a little bit there as well. He's just come back on in front of Clark. Keep an eye on that. Goosey's got rounded up in that one as well. Here we go. Brett's trying to obviously look for a move here, so he's took the wide entry to try and tighten up the exit, and he has done that as well.
Trying the over-under.
Didn't quite manage it on that one, but Gavin seems to have upped his game the second he's seen that Nissan behind him. We got a
maybe that's just something Gavin needs, something to spur him on.
Hurry up, doesn't he? Yeah. Look at this. He's stuck right under that Red Bull Commodore there as well. Brett Clark's almost hit the back of him there as well. He wasn't expecting to slow up as much as that. He's gone for the inside move, but Cox is not going to let him have that one. A little bit wide there for Gavin as well. It's allowed Brett to get right on the back of him now. So here we go. He's coming through. And Cox has got that Red Bull Commodore as well. Brett's trying to clean it up as well before turn one, and I think that car's ran off.
Turner making a move here into three, up to second.
Good stuff. Just keeping an eye on these two at the minute as well. We'll see if Kai can turn in on... not turn in, sorry, try and keep Dan Stevens in sight and get past eventually. I know that Dan's after this win, there's no way he's going to let it go easy as well. And lots of lockups behind these two as well, so Gavin definitely picked up the pace now as well. So this is, believe it or not, for 14th and 15th position.
Yeah, the sheep station's down the back end of the grid.
Yeah, you'd think the championship was on the line. Well, it is for Gavin. He needs to get some decent points, that is. But from this position, it's going to be... It's difficult for me to see how he can get up right up the front.
I don't see Gavin making it sort of an impact, sort of top five onwards.
Yeah, apologies to any of our YouTube viewers. We're having a nightmare connection issues with this.
That could be a YouTube issue.
Well, I'm just wondering because I can see everything perfectly. But, yeah, I can see everything fine. It's just the stream to YouTube.
Just continually buffing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It seems to be the stream to YouTube, which is the issue. So, oh, look at this. Clark's now back up on the rear wing of that Xbox Falcon as well. Kai Turner's dropped off a little bit in reference to Dan Stevens as well. So, 2/10 he lost on that last lap. Oh, Cox gone wide.
Ooh.
Clark down the inside. Car looks unsettled though. He's going to make it through, and he does.
Whoa, there you go. I'll tell you what, Steve, I'm a little disappointed. I just had some comedian gold there, and nobody's going to get to see it till very later on in the night.
Which bit was that? Oh, the up the back.
Yeah, tap in the rear.
Come in the rear, I think it was, wasn't it?
Something of that nature.
Something like that. Anyway, Kai Turner's dropping rapidly off the back of Stevens. Stevens has just done a 107.6 to a 108.1 for Kai Turner. So obviously they're just trying to get through this first period of the race. No doubt we'll see another safety car, I would imagine.
One would hope not.
So there we go. Daryl Bennett's actually right up the back of Kai Turner again now, so...
Yeah, the gap there now this time around is joining out to maybe 5 seconds.
Yeah, I see that there. 107.5 from Dan, 107.1 from Kai. 107.5 incidentally was Dan's best lap. He's just done it on the last lap there, so something obviously not quite right in that DSA holding at the moment. Maybe some of the Bruce Duncan dodgy parts.com starting to play up.
Yeah, Bruce Duncan special.
Yeah.
Did you send your
Send
car
my
back
car.
or not mine?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, so just looking back here, we've got Mark Turner, obviously, who ran an awesome start of the race, got the lead, and then has fallen back down. He's now right up the back of Scott Bainsworth. We know how hard Scott is to pass, and he's brought Bert Van Jay alongside him as well. So it's this one's going to get tasty very quick. Ooh, Bainsworth almost loses it on the exit there as well. He just drifts across the curb. Turner's looking for a way past. He's going to have to go the long way around into the final corner, but Pengelly knows too well. Bainsworth does not like him past there. Bert Van Jay's up the inside of Turner now. He's took advantage of that and has shoved the Pepsi Max forward on the inside line for turn 1, but the drive Turner got off the last corner. Looks like it's going to actually... Ooh, that was close. It's going to actually carry him through there. So he's going to have to line it up again and try and get down the inside into turn 3, and there we go, they've run out. There's a car in the dirt in front of these three as well, so it's all going off, Troy.
As it usually does in race 2.
And Turner's looking for the inside into Bainsworth there. He almost collects him as well. Bert Van Jay must be getting
A little loose there for Bainsworth.
Yeah, Bert Van Jay must be getting frustrated watching this, but trying to keep his car together as well for later in the race. Ooh, he looked to make a move there, but he caught a little bit of oversteer. Got a bit of a tank slapper on, but
I think he won
nicely. Oh, there's another. Not sure what.
I think if I'm Bert Van Jay, I'll probably give myself a little bit of room here because these two are going to be ending disaster very soon, I think.
Yeah, they're going to be playing in the sand pit, as we put it. Look at that. Bainsworth's still not gathering it up.
In drift school, we call it mudgying the straight, so he's all over the place.
Bert's lining up nicely now behind Turner. He's going to make a go of it. But Turner's down the inside of Bainsworth as well. He's in the side of him as well. Come on, Bert. Bert's got nowhere to go. Pengelly's come along as well.
I think you're going to find half the grid's going to come along as well.
I think there he is. He's down the inside now. Bert into this corner as well. He's trying to get round and he's made a clean pass. That Pengelly's buying into this one as well. He wants to get a hold of Bainsworth after losing out in race 1. Ooh, Pengelly's off.
And we've got Brett Clark up to 10th.
Just watching this Pengelly move here as well. So he's come out of the exit of turn 3 and he's just ran too far wide and done that all on his own, unfortunately.
That's a shame. And back up the front now, Steve, the gap's been shot right down to about 2.7 seconds between Dan Stevens and Kai Turner.
2.4 right now. Bert Van Jay, has he got past Bainsworth there? Yeah, he has as well. And Clark's coming up on this as well. This is going to be interesting to see.
The white sidewall, Steve, that's the hard tyre, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, it appears that Dan Stevens is running the hard tyre.
Oh, Bainsworth's off as well. Clark got through that nicely. Bainsworth and Turner got into each other, I believe. Let's try and get a replay of this one.
Yeah, they're together again because Bainsworth now off track. And Clark to 6th.
Just watching a replay of it now. That's a masterful job for Clark to get back up there. We look like an Oranga car off on the outside there. So just watching this incident between Turner and Bainsworth behind Bert Van Jay, and Clark was right up the back of the two of them when they just tapped each other, and that was that.
Is that a moment for Bennett as well? Because he was in 3rd and he's now down to 4th.
Yeah, Bruns is doing an awesome job here.
He's just driven away with it.
Yes, Kai Turner's got the gap down to 2.3 seconds, is it? 2.5, 2.8 now?
2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's drifting up and down here. It's like a bit of an elastic band as well.
They were almost identical last time around.
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely on here. So 22 out of the 77 laps run so far. So Dan's going to have his work cut out for him in a minute. It's all going to come down to who pits first or who blinks first. As we well know, if you're the first car to drop into the pits as well, you can do the undercut if you get close enough, and Kai's starting to get within that position as well, so Dan doesn't want to blink too early and pit to be caught out with an early stop, but at the same time he doesn't want to let Kai dictate the race to him.
Look, the undercut is definitely on here, Steve. It just depends on who's gonna blink first.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it comes down to. Impressed with Colin Bruns there in 3rd position, 9 seconds back of these two, doing an awesome job as well. Daryl Bennett has dropped down to 4th, and make that 5th as Bert Van Jay has just taken him over. And we've got Clark and Bert at it, Hammer and Tongs as well. We'll just keep an eye on these two. They've just cleaned up Daryl Bennett like he wasn't even on the track. There we go, these two.
Yeah, look at these three.
These two really seem to have an awesome pace as well. They just need to keep it together as well. And
Stevens in by the sounds of it.
What? No.
Yeah, Stevens in.
I swear, sometimes I wish as a commentator, it's quite difficult. So I take it that should mean that Turner will try and get the undercut. Well, he's going to have to cover him. However,
look, I think
Dan's went too early.
Either he's gone too early or he's going for your strategy, and it could be a soft harm.
Good point, actually. So where has he popped out? He's popped out to 16th, 17th position. He's only leaving the pits now. So that was a very long stop, Troy. That car must have been
look, Steve, the fuel load that they're going. Oh, look, you need 100, basically, to get the last 40 laps done in this race, you need 104 litres in that tank. So it's a big fuel stop.
Just watching Clark and Bert Van Jay, these two would make an awesome team together, wouldn't they?
Look, there's a... Oh, Dan Ricard Pebble has parked his Vegemite Racer. But back to your comment, look, there's a lot of guys I think here that would complement each other quite well, and looking at these two at the moment, they're definitely two that you'd want to put in one team.
Yeah, if only somebody would do that, but let's say, and Clark trying to make a move now, around the inside. Ooh. Bert Van Jay's not giving it up too easy.
Over, under, well, nice move.
Yeah, he had a couple of laps. Bert's looking back at him again, look at this. I like it, he's a fighter. But I tell you what, I know Kai Turner's come from second last position to the lead. Colin Bruns, I'm definitely impressed with. He's kept it clean while all around him were losing their heads, and he's 9 seconds off the lead and doing some nice lap times and looking for a good position there. Should we see if we can get Dan Stevens on the radio and see what the thinking behind this one was?
Yeah, can we get a bit of info on that? Because I'd be interested to know if he's going soft, hard or not.
Dan, Steve in the booth, whenever you've got a second.
Yeah, mate, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the thinking behind the early stop? Are you looking at a 3-stopper?
That safety car screwed me, eh? So, I think it's going to be a splash and dash at the end for me. But when I do that, I'll be back onto the softs again.
Good stuff. Yeah, I did try and talk Troy into it earlier that a 3-stop strategy might be the fastest way around here. So, good luck with that. We'll keep an eye out on it.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, he thinks the safety car screwed
Runs
him.
into the pit. Oh, is it a fuel number, is it, Steve?
Yeah, I think so.
We've got Bruns into the pit, so that's now just elevated Clark into second.
Yes. Another somewhat early stop as well. Well, 27 out of 77, so it's about time for those started on the softs, isn't it?
No, that's 50 laps on the hards. I think that's too long a stint on the hards. I think what Brett said before was a 30-40 split's what you want.
Yeah, but that's Brett Clark talking to someone who can do that. Not everybody can do that, so I would think, this is about where they're going to be looking at.
Yeah, look, probably.
So we've got Kai Turner 13 seconds in the lead, last lap time of 107.6, last lap for Clark of 107.3. Having said that, Kai's just come across the line on 107.1, so he's up the pace. Obviously he knows who's behind him now, so been an awesome job for Clark to get up here again after that incident with Bainsworth in the first lap. Obviously safety car helped, but you still have to pass all those cars for a second time.
Oh, that's definitely right. I think Clark's done a phenomenal job here with a pit stop, a forced early pit stop there for damage, and the moments he had there with Bainsworth at the back end to get the car back up where it is now. It's a phenomenal drive, it really is.
And it must be said as well, Gavin Cox has got himself up into 5th position. Not the news that Dan Stevens will be wanting, but unfortunately that's what it is. Let's see how long he runs before he pits as well. And Norman Clark up in 4th position. Go Norman.
Look. Look, we know that the Cox car, they really manage their tyres very well, and their tyre life is phenomenal. So he's probably one to watch in regards to that situation.
Yeah, let's see how we go with this one. So still 12 point. Timing's on there. Oh, Clark's off a little bit there as well. Don't want to be doing that too often.
Slight moment there for him. Oh, he's running this car wide. Is he trying to overdrive it, Steve?
Don't know. I imagine he's probably gonna do another stop shortly, so he's probably just annihilating those tires to get as much out of them as he possibly can. So if you just look down, Dan Stevens is now down in 11th position, so he's starting to make up some places as people pit, and he's coming up on the back of Roger Clark at the moment, so he's starting to make some headway, but he's 54 seconds off the lead. So if you think if Kai has to pit, he's going to pop out somewhere around 9th, 10th, 11th, and there's a lot of traffic around there at the minute.
Look, I think, looking at the transit times, he's going to come around 7th or 8th.
So Stevens has just made his way up into 10th, just past Roger Clark now. He's heading towards 9th, Matthew Mitz. So just do a quick rundown of the top 10. Kai Turner in 1st position, 13.3 seconds back in 2nd position is Brett Clark. 16.5 back of that is Bert Van Jay. Norman Clark in 4th position, 23 seconds off the lead and doing a fantastic job this weekend. And Gavin Cox has got his way up to 5th. He's 26 seconds off the lead. Wayne Durr is in 6th position, 33 seconds back off that. And then we've got Nick Winkler doing a very good job as well in the Winkler Mercedes, up in 7th position, 39 seconds back of the lead. Scott Taylor, who made an early stop, was within the pit window as well, Troy, interestingly. So we'll see if he's going to try and run this to the end, but he's made his way up to 8th position, 48 seconds off the lead. 9th position, Matthew Mitz is 52 seconds off the lead, doing a fine job there as well. Dan Stevens in 10th, 55 seconds off the lead now, but he's got that first stop under his belt. And then we've got Roger Clark 11th, Chris McCall 12th. Sorry, Colin Bruns has made his way up to 12th just as we spoke there. Wim Pengelly 13th, Darren Goosey 14th, Darrell Bennett down to 15th, now he's made a stop. Chris McCall 16th, Trevor Dixon 17th, Scott Bainsworth 18th, Mark Turner 19th, and Dan McConnell is out. So 18th, 19th and 20th are all out of the race. So both Vegemite cars out of the race, Troy. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'd like to know the reasoning behind that, is why he's pulled the car out. But at this point in time, it's everything to play for. I mean, the question but is, how is Clark's tyre life up front there? Because he's made one stop very early. Has he got enough to get home, or will he need to make a second stop?
Yes, that is the question at the minute, isn't it? So we're quite a bit off the finish of the race. We're lap 32 out of 77, so it's a right old distance still to go as well. And yeah, let's see how it shakes out.
And he's, as we speak, Turner catching up to Bruns there in that traffic.
Yeah, Bruns, he's just come out of the pits. He should have a fresh set of boots on there, so he should be able to give it some. But obviously the race leader's coming around, so got to go out of the way. He's gone down the inside there, which is a little bit unusual. Kai Turner's just got him now, and he's setting after Roger Clark, I believe that is. Yeah, it is. He's just getting Ryan Clark there now as well. Looking like a little bit of hurt on that car for tyre wheels as well. So let's just go on board with Kai and see what we got.
Yeah, it's looking stable enough.
Yeah, he's very slow and steady through these corners as well. That's what you've got to do to carry this through to the end.
Oh, definitely. He's really looking after those tyres extremely well. And this is something that you were very, very hard on him about earlier in his career, is the fact that he was very aggressive on his tyres.
He's definitely sorted that out, and it's good to see. I knew he could. He just needed to get a few races under his belt to figure out how these tyres last in the longer races. And as we said at the start of the season, if he ever figures out how to keep tyres on, he's going to be a right handful. It's proven that way at the minute.
Yeah, he has, mate. He has. As you said, he was one guy that if we could get a manage on this tyre wear, he was going to be an incredible driver, and that's something we have managed to sort of rein in on him a bit.
So we're just on board the Nissan now of Brett Clark in second position, just see how his tyres work for him through this lap as well. Very smooth and easy on the power here as well. 1.5 seconds off his fastest lap in that race. Just coming through turn 1 and 2 now, on the back end of 2, heading down the straight towards 3. Ooh, a little bit of a moment off the curve there. Not ideal.
Tell you what, the pack's spread out a bit here, Steve, but after that little brain explosions we had there in the race, it's a little down quite boringly, actually.
Yeah, well, this middle part of the race, you're just carrying the car, aren't you? It's going to be the last one. Not looking so hot in that 69 Nissan at the minute. It looks like a bit of a handful.
Is there issues? Also, you got the ASR boys get together at the back end there as well in 9th and 10th. No, sorry,
Yeah, 9th, 10th.
11th and 12th.
No, 9th and 10th, you were right.
Oh, right, the first time.
Yeah.
There's always sometimes I'm right.
Oh no, you're shocked to be right the first time. Yeah, we got Dan Stevens playing his way up to 8th position. But he's a minute off the lead now, so Kai Turner's got a stop in hand easily over this one.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got to stop. Definitely, I think the undercut has not worked in Dan Stevens' favour this time around.
Not at all.
As you were saying, that 69 car, he's definitely one of the apexes a little bit more.
Connected.
Ah!
Oh mate,
Fuck's sakes.
what happened?
Internet just cut off.
So we're off the air.
Off the air. Let me get us back on. I'll have to turn off the TV plug-in. Fuck's sakes! This is from last night, you know.
What's going on with your internet?
Don't know, mate. Fucking something's not right. Bollocks!
Steve.
Yes, I lost internet connection completely.
You're not. You're still broadcasting audio.
Troy, I'll get the picture back.
Which is dropping down to 5th position. So with Clark, we dare say would still have to stop. Bert Van Jay to stop. Gavin Cox to stop. And Wayne Dare still to stop. That would still see Turner in the original lead.
Okay, so are we back up and running for everybody? Looks that way. Maybe we can keep a stable connection now, that'd be nice. Oh, seems to have fixed YouTube. Apologies,
we
everybody.
Are live.
We don't have the TV.
I've got you, Steve.
Yep, thanks Bruce. Yeah, we've got YouTube back now as well, so whatever it was my end, so... okay, so we'll just have to let everybody know where we are, Troy.
Basically, where we're at now is we've done pretty much everyone's done their first round of pit stops except for Bainsworth and Turner, or Mark Turner that is, down at the bottom end of the grid. We just recently had Kai Turner make his stop. We dare say that Brett Clark will need a second stop. Bert Van Jay, Gavin Cox and Wayne Dare still to make one stop.
Okay, that's excellent to know. So let's see who we can pick up on track. So got the Chris McCall Volvo there on track. It's a little bit more awkward to try and pick up. So we've got Brett Clark now on track.
Yeah, we've got Clark on track and he's 7 seconds clear of Bert Van Jay.
Okay, let's see where we got. So yeah, we've got Kai Turner in the lead. Kai's made his stop now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, mate. He's taken on over 100 litres of fuel and fresh set of hard boots.
Well, good stuff. And where's he dropped out in 5th position? That's pretty awesome. So if you reference that against Dan Stevens is in 7th. Kai's obviously in 5th now, so he's made quite a bit of a gain on that one.
Oh, it's a huge gain. It's a huge gain. He's jumped in by X amount, and Bert Van Jay's obviously made his first stop. Because Turner now to 4th.
Okay, so we've just got Clark coming through now. Gavin Cox has made his way up into 2nd position.
Yeah, and still waiting for him to make his first stop as well.
So just on board the Rizla Nissan into turn 1 now. We get a chance to see how this car is behaving itself. It's pretty slow and steady at the moment from the looks of it, Troy.
Yeah, he's taking an eternity to get on that power. Those tyres I don't think are happy at all, Steve. Last time around on 108, it's slow.
So Do you think he's going to make another stop?
He has to. He has to. He won't have the fuel load to get it home. I'm telling you now.
Okay, so he's got
I can't see
33.
it possible.
He's got 33 seconds over Kai Turner at the moment. That's not enough to make a stop and get in and out. However, is he just going to go for a short final one on soft tires and qualify lap after qualifying lap?
Oh, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think the question we've got to ask: has he met the minimum requirement for the soft tire life? And Clark in as we speak.
He's in. So let's watch this stop. There we go.
You watch Clark, mate, and I'll sit on board with Turner, and we'll call where he's at.
She's up on the jacks now. She's getting the fuel and everything in there. So where have we got Turner?
Turner's coming around the final turn.
He's coming right now. Yes, I can see him.
Where's Clark?
Clark's still stationary in the pits.
And Turner past.
There he goes, just up and running now, and he's got a short shoot to the end of pit lane, so let's see, did he make up any time overall on this one? I think he might have made up a little bit. So what's the gap between the two of them? 10 seconds. He's made about 6 seconds back on this from the looks of it, Troy.
3 seconds. It was about 3 seconds. They were lapping at about 13-second gap. It was, Steve.
So yes, he's made 3. Yes, it's 11 now. He's come out behind Scott Taylor in front there, so wants to try and get past him as quickly as possible. Now I would imagine he's on the soft tires now, so we're on lap 42 out of 77. Still quite a distance to go though, to be fair, so Kai's going to have to look after those tires. And in the lead we have Gavin Cox.
Yeah, we do.
There we go, we've just got Gavin on screen now.
Little heart in mouth moment there for Kai Turner with some back markers.
Gavin's car is still looking pretty quick at the minute. His last lap was 108.478. His fastest lap's been 107.3, so he's just getting on with it, isn't he?
Yeah, consistent. He's running consistent times there, and
So
definitely, look, I think he's going to be in soon.
We've got Turner on screen, he's got the lights on. Winkler Mercedes in the way. He's just trying to clean it up as quickly as possible, and he does. Heading down the back straight now into turn 4. Nice apex through there. Don't punish the tires too much if you can help it. Through 5 and coming down towards turn 6 now towards the back end of the track.
It's all a waiting game now, and Wayne Dare in, Wayne Dare in.
So that takes Kai up into second. So just Gavin Cox will be waiting for his last stop, if he's planning to stop, because I believe he's pitted at least once, has he? No, he hasn't yet.
No, he has not made a single stop yet, Steve, so he must make a stop very soon. Actually, it'll have to be in the next 10 laps, because he needs to run a minimum of 20 on those softs.
That's right, yeah. So you got Clark who's up into 3rd position now. He is 27 seconds off the lead, which I make that 8 seconds off, 9 seconds off Kai, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Just to clear up our earlier question, Steve, with the sidewall colourings, it's yellow for the hard and white for the soft.
Ah, okay. And it's raining, Troy. Is it raining on your screen, Troy?
Yeah, there's rain. Rain has now hit.
Oh my god, I did not see this coming. Obviously I haven't got my weather radar because the TV plugins had to be disabled. What do we Hey, just when you think it couldn't get any
Oh,
worse.
the cat amongst the pigeons.
And
Now this could
it's
either
throwing
fall
it down as well.
perfectly in for Gavin Cox.
That is an awesome break for Gavin Cox and Dan Stevens as well, because they'll both get to pit. Dan would have needed to pit shortly anyway for a third time, I would have thought. But let's say do they do it. It's throwing it down as well. It's not just raining, it's absolutely pissing it down. Pardon my French. I'll tell you what, the gods have been at the rain gods from Barbagallo have made their way over to Queensland. Does he go in? Gavin Cox didn't pit.
Oh, it is
What's he doing?
absolutely teeming. Absolutely teeming. I'm seeing tyre marks and spray now off Brett Clark's car, so the boys must be in for wet Steve.
I don't get it. Dan Stevens is in. Why didn't Gavin Cox pit? Why would you not pit? Come on, Troy, tell me what.
I have got no idea. I've got no idea.
Kay's in. Brett's in. Yep, straight away. Maybe Gavin doesn't want to win this race. I think that extra lap has just destroyed any chance for him there. That was a 1:12.8
Definitely
on the last lap for Gavin Cox. A 1:08 for both Kay and Brett, and they pitted. This is going to be a 14, I would imagine. That Xbox Falcon looks like it's got grip, but it's slow. Dan Stevens.
25 on that sector. No, he's losing 4 seconds a sector.
What was he thinking?
Oh, there is no stopping that car.
There he
and
goes.
Now he's finally in. That's costing the race.
That's Costa.
We've got one of the...
That's Chris McCall's Volvo. Yeah, that's the race gone. So Dan Stevens, let's see if we can pick up Dan on track. He's the first car to have pitted for the wets. Let's see what his pace is like. Win there. He's going to be kicking himself because he had just pitted and the rain came down. That is amazing. I did not expect rain.
I don't think anyone did, Steve. I can tell you now. We didn't. Well, Gavin might have got a free kick here, Steve. He's literally leaving the pits and Kai Turner still hasn't made the front straight.
Well,
he's just on the straight now. This is going to be close. Oh, just. Turner just passed.
See if we can try and pick that up. So yeah, he's got past and he's got a good gap as well. Who can drive these?
It's 2.5, 3 seconds.
Who can drive these in the wet though?
Kai Turner. In Outlaws, the first race of their season at Adelaide, it was torrential, and I tell you what, he brought it home in first place. And Gavin Cox is virtually stopping that car on a. Oh, he's got nothing in that car.
Yeah, he's having a real issue there.
But yeah, as I was saying, the Outlaws' first league race at Adelaide was teaming down. Turner brought that car home in first place quite comfortably and drove it in the wet very well. He was actually saying tonight, this morning, that he was hoping for a wet race because he absolutely thrived in it.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
Well, Steve, we've been saying all season how we haven't had a wet race and it's been pretty uneventful, and then all of a sudden, what happens? Bang.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It's through the cat amongst the pigeons very quickly.
I did not see that one coming at all. Just trying to get the actual weather up in Queensland as well. It doesn't look like it's raining right now, but then I suppose this is at the time of the day that the race is running, so that's a bit of a nightmare for everybody.
Oh, it's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. It really, really has. And Gavin Cox is really struggling with that car now in this wet.
Yeah, he's got Clark coming up on him again. Kai Turner is just holding a nice little lead here at the moment. What is it up to? It's up to 6 seconds now.
6 seconds. Seven.
I tell you what, who else has got experience in the rain is Mr. Clark himself.
Yeah,
We
mate,
ran
you should.
a Barber, remember, in the rain.
Oh, how can I forget Barber, Steve? That was a cracker track in the wet.
I've been looking at these clouds all day, and I've been looking at them thinking they look darker and darker, but I didn't for one instant think it was going to rain, and yet here we are.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought?
I suppose you don't get rain very often in Queensland, but when you do, it's treacherous.
Well, that's the funny thing. Me and my gorgeous wife, we were attending Gold Coast for a holiday one weekend, and we were outside having a great old time, and it was beautiful sunshine, and within 15 minutes it was pitch black and torrential, and then half an hour later, back to blue sky.
Yeah, that's literally what's just happened here. It's just it just came down, and we didn't see that coming. Dan Stevens has made his way up to 5th position in the rain, so he's doing a pretty awesome job there to get it together. Oh, almost massive moment there for Clark as he gets within the rear wing of the Xbox Falcon. He's obviously taking a little bit of downforce off the front of him, and in the wet, that's potentially the last thing you need. So the closer he gets to his car, the harder it is to pass.
These cars will be an absolute nightmare, Steve. They will have massive amount of camber for a dry tyre where you need to straighten the tyre up a lot for a wet. They'll be running a pretty stiff setup because if they've come off a dry race. Or realistically, the only adjustments available to them is probably just take all the anti-roll bar out of the car, and that's the only way you're going to soften that car, and even that's not going to be enough.
Definitely. I actually feel sorry for Gavin because he had the perfect opportunity to win this race and then some, and I don't know what's happened, whether he just didn't think it was going to stay wet or I don't know, but he missed opportunity here. And
yeah, look, I think it is. It's a massively missed opportunity.
Yeah, they're 8 seconds back off Turner now as well, so Kai's been able to pull a little bit of a clear bit through, so let's see if we can drop. Oh, yeah,
and
both of them. I was just about to switch off them as well, but leave it with them for a minute.
Looks like the brake bias there is a problem. They've probably got a little bit too much to the rear there, and they just seem to lock it up.
They're both having a bit of a handful with these cars. They're 9 seconds behind Turner now. Bert Van Jay is in 4th position. He's 18 seconds off the lead, 8 seconds back off Brett Clark. They're running in the 15.4s. Dan Stevens made his way up to 5th. Bit of a damage limitation exercise for Dan, 1:16.120. What lap are we on? 50. We've got 27 laps to go. If this rain stops anytime soon, we will be switching to dry tyres by the end, I would imagine.
Oh, look, if we get it sort of maybe in the next probably five laps, if we get the rain stop, we'll be having probably a dry sprint to the end.
I'm actually just looking at something we should have looked at all along. Is on our live timing, you've got the percentage of rain and precipitation and everything, and it's been saying 38% chance of rain all the way through the race. So remember that one for future.
How about that, eh?
At the top right.
Well, how about that? Has it got an actual track? I need a track map here to tell me how much water is actually on track.
Yeah, that would have been good if we'd had our our TV plug-in working. It would have told us as well. It would have actually been able to tell it was coming. That rain looks harder, if anything, now, Troy.
It's definitely not easing up. But
ooh,
tell you what,
Clark is past Gavin Cox. So
Dan Stevens is slowing.
Dan Stevens is slowing.
Yeah, Scott Taylor just passing down the straight.
We're just on board with Gavin Cox now. This is what you can actually see when you're following a car that close. You've just got this persistent rooster tail of rain. And the closer you get, the harder it is to actually see what's going on. So I'm just on board with Dan Stevens now. Yeah, he's lost that position. He was on 1:16. Second slower on that last lap, so not quite sure. He must have made a mistake somewhere, Troy. That Merc looks horrible in the rain. Look at this, on board on the cockpit view, and it's just kicking the rear up everywhere and understeering like a dog.
Yeah, it's not a happy car, is it, Steve?
clearly a full dry setup and there's no room for manoeuvre. You need to have your anti-roll bar adjusters in the car when you for this one.
Oh wow, he can't get it full throttle at all.
So you just
only at half brake pressure. Because I've got the Motec dash readout here. He's really struggling with that car.
Yeah, he's having a real nightmare with it. So Pengelly's next up, and he's coming pretty quickly as well, to be fair.
Looking at the live timing, I mean, Kai Turner is your fastest guy there, the one with a 115,
yeah.
And next closest is Bert Van Jay in the only other car in the 15s as well.
Yeah, and I've just seen it's an 18.0 for Dan on that lap, a 17.1 for Pengelly, so he's coming at a second a lap faster. That's going to be
wow.
Look at this. You cannot get the power down anywhere.
No. I mean, you can remember yourself when we had those things at Barber, we weren't getting full throttle to sort of fourth gear.
Exactly. So 17.745 on that lap and a 17.754 for Pengelly. So he didn't get anything back. But Dan's coming back at Scott Taylor now as well. Look at Scott Taylor.
Brett Clark off. He's just dropping down the timing sheets.
Yep. Yeah, he's dropped down to fourth now, so he's obviously had a big moment there somewhere. Just wondering, Dan looks like he's starting to drive around the issue. Scott Taylor in front at the moment. Oh, Dan's almost gone off in the background there. I've just seen that scoot off. Yeah, 124 for Clark on that last lap. And get this, Bert Van Jay, 114.992 on that last lap.
Wow.
He's really standing on it. And that was including passing whatever happened to Brett. So
yeah, it seems to though just down into turn 4. He's just outbraked himself and gone straight on.
Yeah. See, Bert Van Jay there had a bit of an issue while rounding up under the back markers. He had to go wider than normal, almost got onto the grass, so...
But Van Jay's
Gavin Cox is off
spun as well. Oh, is there oil at turn 4? Everyone's struggling with 4.
Cox beached there as well, isn't he? No, he's up and running again. So Bert Van Jay is 17 seconds off the lead. Anything happens to Turner and my prediction could come true yet.
It very much could be, and these guys are the only two lapping in the same seconds.
Exactly, 14.
Everyone else is at least a second a lap slower.
14.8 there for Kai Turner on the last lap, a 16.2 with that bit of an incident for Bert on that last lap. So let's see what he does on this lap. Let's go inside the car. Look at how gentle you've got to be on the throttle as well there. Coming down into turn 3 where all the fun starts, all the way up to 4. So he's very early on the brakes, obviously second gear, first gear. Not sure if I had to go down to first, but you want to get out of first as quickly as possible. Very smooth.
Oh, short shift in the second, definitely.
Yeah, he's very smooth though on the application of the throttle there, and he's staying over to the left. Looks like the rain's starting. He's and an Oranga car off of turn 4. Yeah, turn 4 has proven to be an absolute nightmare for everybody from the looks of it.
Yeah, I think there's Dan Stevens dropped some fluid down there or something.
Don't know. Dan's keeping along in 6th, 120 on that last lap though for Dan. Oh, Bert's almost lost it.
Wow, this is talk about turning a race on its head.
I know, and something we did not see coming at all either.
Hang on, we've been hoping for this for how long this season? We've had dry races all throughout the regular season.
I know, we'd forgotten about it completely. I'll tell you what though, there's a damn good chance of rain at Sandown.
Oh yeah, and that's for the qualifying this weekend. Gee, thanks.
Yeah, there's supposed to be rain tomorrow.
I've just come to grips with the dry setup in that car, and now you're going to tell me there's rain.
Very likely at the moment. Just play with your anti-roll bars.
I'll tell you to play with your bars.
Well, you know, don't want to come up the back again, eh? Not safe for work. 15.3 for Bert on the last lap, and 16.1 for Kai. It's sort of seesawing. They're not making any inroads into each other at this point. Well, Bert isn't making any inroads into Kai. It's going up one lap, coming down the next lap, going back up again the next lap. So let's see what Kai's thrown a 1:15.5 down on that lap. Let's see what Bert manages to pull out of the bag on this one.
Yeah, very loose out of the final turn there was Bert.
Yeah, he doesn't want anyone coming up the back. Well, 14.8. Wow. That's fantastic laps pace there. Brett Clark is 15.2 on that lap as well. Gavin Cox is recovered to 4th position. That's a hell of a recovery there. Scott hit. Oh, jeez. Just a change of pants again. There was a Volvo coming back on the track on the outside there. Not what you want to see when you're...
Steve, it appears the rain has eased.
It's going to stop. And it has stopped.
5%. It's down to 5% now, the rain.
And 20 laps remaining. This track is going to dry out. So what's the crossover lap time? I'm calling when you get to the 11s. I think 11, 12, you got to be thinking about dries, haven't you?
I think 11s. I think 12 is probably the crossover.
Yeah, so let's monitor this for the next few laps now as the cars start to dry off the track. Still quite a bit of rooster tails, but what we'll see is we'll see a dry line, and I can see it. Look,
yeah, it's appearing.
On the start finish, it's appearing fast. The track temperature, I have no idea on the track temp. 28 degrees. That's going to dry this off pretty quickly, isn't it? 29 degrees track temperature, 28 air. So let's see on this first lap off. Brun's coming back on. That's the last thing you need to say on the outside. But yeah, dry line all the way into 3. Look at that.
There is a dry line. The problem here, Steve, is you cannot be a millimetre offline if you decide to go on slicks now.
Absolutely right. So, oh, a little bit of rain come back there, I think, around that section. I can see rain again.
And on the team radio, Steve, I'm hearing Darren Goosey's going in for the softs.
What, this early? Lunatic.
Yeah, next lap he's boxing.
Started raining again. It's definitely raining again, Troy. A 14.6 for Brett Clark on that last lap. Dan Stevens has dropped behind Wayne Pengelly now. He's running in the 121s. This car must be an absolute dog in the wet. Well, we were on board.
Gavin Cox has been off again. He's done a 32 on that last lap, Steve.
God, this really is challenging to say the least.
It's really sorted the men out from the boys, hasn't it?
Yeah, so Cox has dropped behind Scott Taylor now. He's down to 5th position. Pengelly has made his way up to 6th and is looking pretty useful at this point in time. Let's see if we can find Dan Stevens. He's got a multitude of cars behind him.
Dan Stevens, I think, is about to be lapped by Bert Van Jay.
He is, yeah. Oh, that must be galling for the guy who led the race from the off. Just on the wrong strategy at the wrong time when the rain came out. And the rain has obviously hurt the Merc more than anything else.
I'll let you know, so I'm running with Bert now, mate. There's pretty much a dry line the whole way around the track.
Yeah, but I can see more rain happening as well. Look at them trying to get on the wet part of the track as much as possible.
Yeah, he is.
So the gap's out to 18 seconds first to second, 25 seconds back off the lead is Brett Clark in 3rd, 56 seconds back is Scott Taylor, and 58 seconds back Gavin Cox, 1 minute 6 back is Wayne Pengelly, and Dan Stevens is the first car a lap down. So, and the rain's coming down harder now, Troy, look at that.
Yeah, it is. It's gone on 31 seconds. It's gone on 31.
What's 31%? Yeah, it's throwing it down. What's the tires like on Kai's car? Can you find out?
Get an answer for you in a sec, Steve.
Yeah, no worries.
62 on the front left, Steve.
Well, that's still quite a bit to go on this. 17 laps, 16 laps now. I'm wondering, is anyone going to have to make a second stop for wets? Dan Stevens would be the obvious one from what I can see.
Dan Stevens is and Darren Goosey going off on the radio there. He's been caught out. He's gone in for the softs, and the heavens have reopened on him. He's not happy.
I did wonder about that.
It was a brave call. It was a brave call because the rain had eased off quite significantly, and there was a dry line.
So it's still not over yet. Kai's got a lot of traffic in front of him right now, so that's going to cause him a few issues trying to get through, because obviously
Bert Van Jay just cracked out a 13, Steve. Kai's saying he's struggling to get those tyres cooled.
We've got Dave Kinnaman watching as well. Big shout out to Dave there. You've missed a cracker of a race so far, and yes, it is raining. We've no idea how or why, but yep, the rain is here.
Well, usually what happens, Steve, is there's this thing called moisture, and it evaporates into the air, forming clouds, and then falls to the ground. Hence rain.
I've got something that needs going to be inserted in a minute. Yeah, so Bert Van Jay's got that gap down to 15 seconds from 18 seconds originally, so it was the traffic, though, to be fair to Kai, that's caused him a few issues through there.
Yeah, but Bert Van Jay is just putting in cracking lap after cracking lap.
He certainly is. This guy's got a bit of pace about him.
He definitely does, but I think he might overwork these softs.
That's the thing, we don't know enough about him just yet and how he drives and how he looks after his tyres, but when we were in the car with him, it was very smooth.
But not just him, the tyre itself. We don't know how these rain tyres work. We haven't really used them.
See, Dan Stevens has just cracked out a 1:15.782 on the wet tyres, so whatever his issue was, he seems to have found a way around it.
I think with the track partially drying as well helped him.
See if we can pick him up now. He's going to be lapped by Brett Clark as well in a second, so just coming across the line at 1:16.4. Yeah, he's definitely sorted out whatever was going wrong earlier. He's learned to drive around it, or the car's just come to him.
Oh, but Vijay a bit loose there out of turn 2.
Everybody's been very careful, aren't they?
Oh, it's been one hell of a race. We were getting a bit bored there. There's nothing happening. The next thing, what's happened? The rain's come.
So we've got Kai Turner coming up and Wayne Pangeli now to lap him, and Wayne is in 6th position, so phenomenal performance from Kai here to lap everybody up to 6th position.
Look, he's had an exceptional drive tonight in the wet. As I did say, Kai was really hoping and praying for a wet race because it seems to be his forte. He really is Shane Van Gisbergen of our league.
Well, we've got a Jamie Wynn Cup then coming as well. From the looks of it, Bert Van Jay's done a 14.1 on that last lap. Well, now 16, so he's obviously hit the traffic that Kai did.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Bert's
15 seconds. 13 laps left.
Yeah, there's quite a chunk of this race still to go when you think about it. 13 laps in the rain around Queensland is no joke.
realistically, there's not enough time for a stop unless someone else is. Is that McCall parked it off? Yeah, McCall, I think, just decided, you know what, I'm going to park the car.
Get the umbrella out and get the barbecue on.
This ain't no barbecue umbrella.
Hey, in this
Maybe
country,
where you're from it is, but hey.
you barbecue whenever you can, even if it's raining.
I was about to say, you know, over there, this coming from the people that drink warm beer, that's just not right.
I don't drink warm beer. It's easy.
Well, at least you're half decent then.
That's the English. $15.5 from Kai on that lap. Just waiting on Bert to come through and see what he's thrown down.
Hang on a second. I'm
16.2.
just being informed something here, Steve. My wife is a geographical expert here. She's informed me that you drink soft drink from room temperature.
No, I don't either.
No?
He's got mixed up with English.
It must be stall English. You know what? Forget him. You live there, so you get tarred with the same brush.
Thanks, convict.
We all live in a convict colony.
So, it seems to have settled down. Troy, with 15 seconds is about where the gap has been for the past 10 laps. It's seesawed up and down, but I don't think it's ever got below the 15-second mark. So Kai's just clearly driving to a number. 25 seconds back off the lead in third position is Brett Clark. Scott Taylor fourth. Gavin Cox fifth. Wayne Pengelly doing a sterling job in sixth. Dan Stevens trying to hold it all together. Is back down in the 19s now as well. So bit of a worry. The second of the ASR cars is on the way towards him as well. So see if we can pick that one up.
Look, this is just stabilised. It's gone from eventful to now just run-of-the-mill.
So we've got Colin Bruns coming up on Dan Stevens now as well. So Dan, he just cannot get that car stopped or turned. Look at it.
And as I'm cycling through the field, I'm watching Gavin Cox decide to play drift expert. And as we speak, the rain has eased only by 1%. It's now down from 31% rain to 30% rain.
Colin Bruns got the lights on there as well. He's obviously wanting to get past soonish and get after his teammate.
They were together at one stage. Obviously, this rain separated them. I mean, your boss must be happy about that because we know how he doesn't like putting his hand in his pocket.
He's never happy, ever.
Oh, he's least happy when he puts a hand in his pocket to pay for something. Isn't that why you had no brake light globes the other week at Claire's?
More than likely. He's never happy. Full stop.
Oh, Jesus. The amount of money I've put in his pocket, Jesus, you'd think he'd be happy.
No, there's always more to be had, so, you know.
Oh, is that why he's having second-hand cars?
Probably duffed me up one last night too.
I told you, we transferred the chassis. I wanted to try something out and it worked.
I'm hoping he sent the good one to Sandown.
Just proved I was getting second-rate parts.
So the gap is still...
Yeah, I heard there's a secret weapon coming out at Sandown, Steve.
There certainly is. It'll all be revealed tomorrow.
Oh, yes, of course, tomorrow. Qualifying, yes.
Yeah. So Stephen seems to... Oh, I'm going to shut up. I was just about to say Stephen seems to have stabilised that gap to Bruns and then he drove off the track straight away. But lucky for him, Bruns followed him. Oh, and
Bruns on.
Moves on into turn 3. He's never going to get this car pulled up. Look at it. It just does not want to turn. It's almost as if he's on slicks.
You feel so sorry for the poor guy. He's just had no luck this round.
I know. Wiped out in race 1 while looking good. Had the lead in race 2 and was driving away from the field when he made the 3-stop pit strategy, but obviously you need the dry weather to make that work, and now look what's happened.
And that lead seems to have stabilised. These boys are all back down into the 16s now, so nothing exceptional. No real setting the timing sheets alight there.
The rain percentage is going down though, 22% per minute, but it's not going to dry out even if it stopped raining right now. So they're on these tyres to the end.
Yeah, they are. It's not worth it. It's not worth running it now. I mean, we've got now Kai Turner has just slapped Gavin Cox, and he's in 5th position. Jesus.
Yeah, and he's coming close to. There's a 1:01 gap back to Scott Taylor in 4th position, and it's a 1:16 lap. So he's not far off lapping up to 4th position.
That's an exceptional drive, especially in the wet weather.
Tell you what, we're just watching Dan Stevens has just lifted the car up and drove away from Bruns there. I think Bruns must have made a little bit of a mistake somewhere on that lap. Oh, Dan makes a
Probably, he
mistake.
seemed to be overdriving. Speaking of mistakes, here we go.
I can't watch this Merc anymore. It's just horrible to drive. Is Pengelly making any?
It just looks horrible.
Pengelly's not making any inroads into 5th position, so Cox there. Scott Taylor doing a fantastic job in 4th position. And Brett Clark, obviously, he's going to settle for 3rd. I mean, it's been an up and down race to say the least for Brett, so he's counted himself pretty lucky to be able to end up in a 3rd position out of this one.
Definitely has, and I tell you what, this really does light up the championship, doesn't it, Steve? As we talk of Brett Clark, he is off track.
Yep. Back on again, so.
Oh, Jesus.
We've got Bert Van Jay now. We're just following him. He's coming up to what looks like the War of the Worlds in front of him. They're Daryl Bennett, and I can't see the other car is at the moment, but they look like they're going at it. It's Pengelly. How do, Mr. Hannon? He just popped up on YouTube. I think we might have a bit of the buffering thing back on YouTube again, which is annoying.
I think we do.
Brilliant.
And the rain's down to 5%, but I don't think you're going to find, Steve, that this will make any impact now.
No,
all it'll do is just heat up those tyres a bit more.
It would need to stop, like right now, and get 2 or 3 laps of a dry lane before anybody would think of it. But you would need to be 15 seconds a lap faster to make that work.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they're in the 16.
But as I talk, Steve, there is a dry line appearing on the front straight. There seems to be a dry line appearing.
Yeah, well, it is 29 degrees track temperature, so it will dry out pretty quickly, but the rain would need to just completely stop. And I've just watched Brett Van Jay there is looking for the wet patches on the track as well, try and keep those tyres cool. And he's lapped everybody up to 6th position as well, so awesome drive from the 2 front runners.
Oh, look, these boys out in front, they've been a class above.
Definitely, hell of a race at the minute.
There's a dry line everywhere around this track now, Steve.
Yeah, but it's not going to dry out quickly enough, I think. What are we on? Lap 71? Still got 5 or 6 laps to go, but it's a matter of does somebody blink?
Yeah, who's the pioneer? I mean, I seriously, I wouldn't think. Look, Goosey, I think would be too shy to be the pioneer again. I think he's the only one that probably would have had the audacity to try it.
Got to be more of a rocket scientist than
Once bitten, twice shy.
Than a pioneer to try and go for dries on this track at the minute. Still on a 5% rain chance.
That's not actually a rain chance, I think, Steve. I think we'll find that's actually the percentage of rain is.
Yeah, I think it's actually starting to come on a little bit stronger again, so I don't think anybody's going to try dry tires at this.
No, I think what you're going to find is, Steve, this is everyone's going to search for that wet line, keep those tyres cool, which you can see Turner doing now, and drive him to the end.
So he's on lap 72 now.
And just got word from me, he's 45% on his front left there, Steve.
Yeah, he's going to be fine to the end with that.
It's just managing his temps now, just bringing it home in one piece. I tell you what, Steve, this just it really sets that championship alive, doesn't it now?
Definitely does, and just looking, Bert Van Jay's got the gap down now to 12 seconds. Yeah, the rain's gone back up again to 17%, so it's going to be wet to the end, definitely.
Yeah, it's steady flow now, but one thing I'm going to pick you up on here, Steve, was your pre-race interview there with Dave Kinnaman in the show. You just made no mention of Kai Turner in a threat for this championship. I tell you what, he's come out today and put a stamp on that.
I'll tell you right now, he's still not a threat.
Oh, how can you say he's not a threat? He'd be within under 200 points now this championship.
No, he's not going to be. You remember, Kinnaman's going to get his average points, which is going to put him right out a little bit more. He's got a win in a second. Yes, that's definitely going to make a little bit of an inroad, but Kinnaman's got a huge lead over.
It was only a 200-point lead, Steve. With the Enduros coming up at 300 points a win, it's really nowhere near over.
Yeah, wait and see.
Back marker problem, he gets tangled up in a back marker, and Turner has a good result. There you go. You know, these Enduros, they throw up a lot of curveballs.
Well, certainly, but I don't see, unless 555 Racing implode, I don't see much happening in that direction, but you got to watch out for that 33 Red Bull car at the Enduros as well. That thing's going to be going. However, if it rains, we certainly hope they've got a better
if it rains. Well, just remember, at Bathurst, a green Falcon and a rock. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
That's true. Just, I don't understand what's going on with Dan's car. He's just dropped in a 114.484 on this lap. So it must be when the water on the track gets that little bit less, that car comes in. But when it gets heavier, like it is now, he seems to be having an issue.
Obviously, it's with that drying line, you know, there's just not as much surface water, so he's able to get a bit more grip out of the track.
So 2 laps to go now. Kai Turner has a 13-second lead over Bert Van Jay. Brett Clark in third, 20 seconds back. He's picked up 5 seconds on the lead over the last few laps there, but too little, too late, I fear.
Oh, definitely is. I think with only 1 lap to go, this is lap 76 now. It's home and host. It's done and dusted. Unless Kai puts it in the wall, then there's no chance.
Oh, Norman Clark almost spun in front of him. Or sorry, Roger Clark almost spun in front of him. It's
the enigma.
There's still issues to be dealt with yet.
Wow, Bert Van Jay just put out a 14.9 on that last lap. This late in the stint on these wet tyres. Tell you what, Steve, this Bert Van Jay, he's definitely someone to watch out for.
Absolutely, I did mention that. Unfortunately, he followed that up with a 17.3.
Jeez, okay, yeah, no worries. Just look at the pit stops. The only person here to have a single stop was Gavin Cox, and geez, didn't that not help him out at all? Because it still had him sitting back in 5th position.
Unfortunately, he would have been out in front if he'd gone on the lap the rain came down, but for whatever reason.
And Brett Clark was a 3 stop as well, so it really just shows 2 stops more than Cox, and
Yeah, I think
he's 2 spots above him.
one of those was the accident-related one as well. So yeah, he's done well to get himself back through there. But obviously, safety cars early on helped. 0% chat.
Oh, look, the safety car was his best friend.
Not rain now, just as the race finishes.
Yeah, you can see that dry line, no drops falling.
There we go, he's just hustling it through the last corner now, coming up to take the win.
Oh, it's another satisfying day for DSA.
Definitely, congratulations, well done. And there we go, got Kai Turner takes the race win. We're waiting on Bert Van Jay to come through now in second position. And there he does, he takes second position, so also entry to the series for Bert there. Second and a third, well done. Brett Clark crosses the line now in third position. We should have Scott Taylor coming across in fourth now. Yeah, and Scott will be the last one on the lead lap, isn't he? Everybody else is finished, so Gavin Cox picks up 5th, Wayne Pengelly 6th, Dan Stevens 7th, Darrell Bennett 8th, Nick Whitler 9th, Wayne Dare 10th, Norman Clark 11th, Colin Bruns 12th, Matthew Mitz 13th, Darren Goosey 14th, Roger Clark 15th, Trevor Dixon, Chris McCall, Scott Bainsworth, Mark Turner and Dan Ricard Pavel all DNF'd.
Wow, Steve. What a second race. It went off.
Definitely, so we've still got the same 3 drivers from race 1 to talk to now at the end of this one, albeit in a slightly different order. So
yeah, it's slightly different.
Let's see if we can get them down. I'll let you do the interview.
Thank you.
Brett moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve. Bert Van Jay moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve. Kai moved in from V8 Supercars by Steve.
Well, gentlemen, our top 3 finishes here. We've got first place, Kai Turner, second place, Bert Van Jay, and third place, Brett Clark. Kai, we'll start with you, mate. You were saying to me earlier in the week you were hoping for some rain. It came. What were your thoughts?
I couldn't believe it, mate. But I think I'm pretty good in the wet, so my eyes lit up, to be honest.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah, you were definitely hoping for the wet. Bert, mate, you there as well. You were setting some cracking times and matching Kai there for pace in the wet as well. Is something you like there as well, the wet weather?
No, nothing actually. Just like drifting, and I didn't even practice in the wet, so I was quite surprised to see that it's going to rain. And I thought, oh my god! But yeah, just stayed out of trouble and finished.
Yeah, I guess that was the key. And Brett, buddy, mate, you had a bit of a disastrous start there.
Yeah, everything went wrong in that race for me, to be honest with you. And then when the wet came, I had too much brake pressure and I was just locking the tyres up into every corner. It was impossible to get it turned in. So I kept going off. But yeah, it was all right. It still did okay, so I'm not too worried. Guys ahead of me again did a fantastic job.
Oh, look, mate, it made for very, very interesting viewing for all of us. We'd talk about you, and the next thing you'd be off in the bleachers. Look, guys, it was a fantastic drive from all 3 of you. You have showed that you are the cream of the crop. So well done to all of you, and enjoy the victory.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Bert Van Jay moved to V8 Supercars by Steve. Brett moved to V8 Supercars by Steve. Kai moved to Leagues by Steve.
Well, Steve, that wraps us up again, and what a way to finish.
And we've come to the end of our normal season as well, so we're off to the Enduro rounds for the next month and a half, I believe. So unfortunately we won't be full coverage. We'll cover what we can when we can, so look out for that. But thanks to everybody who's been watching, and look out for some action from the Enduros coming up next week and a few weeks
Definitely.
after Thanks everybody for watching. I've been your host, Steve O'Connor, and alongside me, Troy.